But of course, people of chat, mic check, 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mind. We're back, continuing the all the geysers run. We still got a lot we gotta do. So, I want to say that we almost have all the arbor acorn seeds. The pips are doing the work. I thought that the dupes had a chance of getting a seed from harvesting the branches. I guess that's not the case. Either way, though, chopping the logs off the branches does not hurt it. But yeah, we shouldn't. That's just extra labor we're giving them that they don't need to do. All right, so we're making our way to the gold volcano. That shouldn't take too long. No, save load every time. Every time we save load, the freaking nuclear waste solidifies on the bees. Oh yeah, magma check. This one's chilling as it should. Free slug eggs. This one's good. This one's good. This one's good. And we're good. I got tired of that happening. I do mess tiles there, yep. Okoto, yep. This is a CO2 dump. So we want to have CO2 for this. This is because this converts the hot steam that we get into polluted water that we feed into the pinch of pepper nuts. So we want to keep this topped off. We have a buffer tank area where we store the CO2. However, any extra CO2 will overflow into here. Now, since we are using this for pinch pepper nuts, this comes in at 500, but then it comes out at 95. So we're gonna get close to 95C polluted water. These only go up to 85, so we have a little bit of wheezewort to kind of contain the temperature. And then the logic is gonna be is that it's gonna be right at the range. So we have a cold CO2 geyser here. We feed this directly into the betas, just so that we could consider the objective complete. Because we're doing the run, right, where we specifically will be looking to do not only tame the geyser, but we're also going to consume the resources it produce. So we keep a little bit of CO2. And then we have the heater run when it's needed. And then we heat it up, run it through a cold box so that the bees stay alive. This needs to be really cold. And then after they're good, they're just going to consume. Each one of these consumes 100 grams per second. I took the idea from here. We naturally had this set up. And then I realized that the bees consume at 100 grams per second, and they're a great way of just deleting CO2. But yeah, we run a system where we take all the CO2 and bridge it in. We have canisters if we have CO2 from our gas pumps anywhere. And then once this gets filled up, it's going to overflow into the bees. Just a matter of generating enough. Now, the funny thing is that I needed to dump my CO2 that I was getting from my smokers. And then another thing was that I'm running natty gas gens non-stop because we're just burning off the gas. The power gets stored but not all of it because I am using some of the power. And then we're using the water pump to feed into the bog buckets. Now, since we're running this, I needed to dump CO2 from this as well. It turns out it's not enough to keep the skimmer running. So we had to make power gens here. The funny thing with this is that they're not connected. If I connect this to the power grid, they stop running because they have the implicit battery inside, and they will stop requesting resources as a result. And it's really annoying. They're not gonna actually burn off the fuel. Now we have a lot of hatches everywhere, and that's because we're trying to feed them the igneous from the volcanoes. We solidify it, extract the power, and then they eat all the igneous. So we have all of our extra stone hatches in this tile, and any magma we get. This one is because we have like 10 volcanoes. This one is a triple tamer, but I don't actually want to continue cooling it down. So once we get it to 1400 Celsius, it pops out, and since this is a vacuum, they literally eat it. They eat the 1400 degrees without dying. You can see that the chute behind it's like really hot. You put them at 100. Nope. We tried that. These are already at 100. The moment I plug this in, they stop running. Or is it okay now? Because what happens is that they don't get the sweeper to deliver any more wood, which is what ends up happening. Looks like they're just gonna keep burning what's inside, but these might stop running at some point. Let's see though. But yeah, the issue is that the sweeper stops delivering resource to the buildings. The doors are locked, so dupes can't go inside to deliver. Oh, they're still delivering. So I just need to jumpstart it. I just need a jumpstart it. This one's at 50 and it's the same thing. That's so stupid. Or is it because the batteries are not full? I mean, these are running despite it being at 50. Well, the doors are locked. It doesn't matter. I want to see what happens when the power maxes out. Do these stop running? Because I want them to just burn resource. And I don't really need the power. Alright, it's looking pretty good. It's going on non-stop nap, so welcome in. But yeah, I ran these at 100%. As you can see, we had them already set up. And they did not want to have the sweeper deliver to any of the wood burners. I mean, it looks like it's running. Despite us being at 100% power here. It looks like it's good. I mean, if that's the case, we're just going to leave this alone. Battery sufficiently full. All right, we're still refilling down here, but we're not refilling here. That's kind of suspect. We do need it at 100. If it works, it works. I'm not going to be mad about that. Oh, this is bad setup. My dupes are able to pick up the coal from here and then loop it. All right, we're just never going to turn this on. That's fine. Because I was like, there's gonna be coal from inside these rooms. Yeah, we have way too many hatches here. Oh, all the eggs fell down. That's not good. How many are inside here? 100. Oof. Oh, I was gonna make this sweep only. Actually, no, you were right. If I didn't have it sweep only, it would have looped this into that. That's true. I guess we could adjust this a little bit. But yeah, for now we have a lot of coal. You're right though, that would have looped. Alright, so we're fine though. We have this coming in from these hatches. So any new coal that we get is going to get delivered. So all the coal inside here. Right, because we're sweeping it as it eats. Oh man, we're not getting food inside though. Should be alright though. So we want to use up all the igneous to feed the hatches so that we could argue that the volcanoes are tamed. Because then that means the igneous is consumed. The mayor, welcome in. I see you guys over there. Alright, there's a lot of hatches here. I was thinking about doing a small coaling. But since they're all on one tile, I can't not kill all of them at once. It's bad news. And then... put a tile to stop a loop, but let it pick up the coal. Yeah. We don't need to do that though, just because we have enough for now. So we'll look at that later if we need to do it, because I'm thinking we could avoid it. All right, that is good. So we was working on a really jank build for the desalinator. All right, so first things first, we got to move out the bottles of pea water. What's going on, Arwen? Did you make it to the colony? We have 2 dupes that are bionic, or George. So you get a choice, Arwen. Do you want to be George or do you want to be a boop? Oh, none of that's mobbable. That sucks. One of the robots. So you get Chip or Eduardo. They both have pretty normal hair, I will say. Pretty normal stuff, man. All right. Oh yeah, you're a boop. You don't get any reactions. Do we get anything new? Yeah, I'm thinking that was what the issue was with the insulated tile. Oh, we got a new t-shirt. The boop's just trying to show off that he's human. Welcome in, Arwen. Yep. Keeps boiling, man. I'm thinking that's what happened too. kind of annoying. And I think it was this tile right here, the 115. These on the inside doesn't matter too much. Though I do know what we could do to fix this. We would have to go inside and then temp shift plate some of the tiles up here so that we could lower the temperature. But I feel like it's not worth. We're just gonna leave it. Hopefully it doesn't break due to pressure damage. Saltwater changes at 90... 102. 102, 102. But yeah, around 98, yeah. Okay, so what was we doing? Yeah, plus minus 3, depending on which way you're going. We was... Maka, welcome in. I see you over there. We was trying to cool down some of the ethanol from here. This is hot hydrogen sometimes, not all the time. And then we're just trying to keep it so that the trees could keep growing. We're trying to get some more seeds so that we could finish growing out the tree farm. And then the bots are hanging out. This is back down to 5. All right, so we were doing the saltwater setup. So the problem is that this is active, and we want to make it desalinator. There's a little bit of pea water inside that kind of sucks. And then we want to put desalinators underneath because we can't actually fit them in this space. I guess we could. It's just going to be really weird. Could we do a bottom side design? Because this is 8 tiles. And that's technically 2 desalinators right there. Yeah, that's all they do. They just produce the hot steel that's in here. We're gonna pull it out one day. But you know what, man? They get the job done. I can't be mad about this. This way, this should never break with having a full tile solidify. Never being the keyword. But I'm okay with that. Alright, so this is a vac still. We're gonna sweep out the steel at some point. Jawbow alveovera, sure. Can you time it? You would have to mess around with the door permissions, right? It would be a weird setup, but there's a way to do it. Let's see. So 30 watts. So that's 180,000. 600. There's like a probably some timer you could set up. And then all you would do is no, you would do the doors. You would do the doors. The problem with having a timed gas shut off, I guess the timed gas shut off does work too. I would just rather not use power for that. The thing with doors is that you wouldn't use power and then you would do a 2-stack. One here, one there. One of them is timed so that you could only enter when it allows. And then the second one is for if you get locked inside, you could still leave. And then that would be powerless, pure automation. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it, though. That's not the only way. So it becomes one of those things where it's like, yeah, choose the way you want to do it. All right. I don't know if the idea is going to work, but we're going to try it. 7 kgs. We're going to need to store a lot of this. We could also do something weird where we desalinate after we chill it. No, that doesn't really make sense. We probably want to desalinate it first, and then we're going to have to run it afterwards. I saw some calculations on Reddit on how the population control biobots, but I just don't like biobots. Yeah, one of the things about biobots is like, you kind of have to want them. The problem with the biobots is that they don't get better. They're just level 1 dupes, right? A lot of people don't like the biobots for that reasoning. It's like, they will take longer to do the job, but they never sleep, right? It is easier to have dupes, and you do very easily get to a point where you're just like, you know, all the food, all the oxygen. We gotta fix this too. All right, so let's try to get this done. That's exactly what I was gonna do, Okoto. I was gonna put a liquid lock here. And then ladder up, and then pump on the side. That was exactly what we was gonna do. We do kind of want to keep these guys alive. So we could fit 2 desalinators here. We're gonna need a ladder to climb up. We got the lag. Okay. So realistically, I think we dig this. We do the liquid lock here. Boop, 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 boop. Here, here, and then we ladder up here. There we go. This ladder doesn't really matter. Go inside. Go up. And then we will have bam, bam, bam. And then we ladder up here. We get to have the pump here. We could also just move the pump on the inside. We could put an airflow there, climb up, climb through, climb up, and then walk inside. And then just do a bunch of mesh. I don't really like that though. That means we only really have coolant when the geyser is active. I kind of want it to be like this, where we always have a pool of water to soak up the heat. Active in 2.1, that's about right. Maybe we go with 250 here. Pump up a little more. This is still cooling, so that's pretty fine. Could we have the water drain this way instead? And we keep a pool here? That might be too much, though. We do have space here. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. I will dig these out and get full insulated. You know what we could do? Mesh tile and just do a 2x2 box so it fills up fast. And then that way we could always pump it. Yeah, I still don't like that though. Two tile gap. We could do the oil lock strat, I guess. Because nothing's really going to off gas from this. And then we just hope it doesn't break. Such a bad idea. I mean, it works. Can't really be too mad about it. Alright, we will want to dig these. And then put insulated there so the water doesn't actually get cold and potentially freeze. It probably won't, but it's like, you never know, man. Okay, we will likely want to dig this side. These are going to be -3. I don't think that's going to matter too much. Maybe we will actually want to dig those out and do a weird design here. Thin out a little bit of the abyss line. Okay, we'll let them build that, dig that. We want to do a weird counterflow design. I want to see if this works well. You know what? Chat's convinced me we don't need to do a counterflow because we're not actually doing full utilization of the idea. So it's like kind of pointless. We're just going to run a simple box. Now, how do we want to chill this? Okay, so let's do a little bit of idea. So we're just going to run the same box design as we did for the igneous. Run the metal both sides. You run the reactive AQ on one side. Can't you put the liquid lock to the left of the geyser? Yeah, you have exactly enough space for that. You could do that. You could do that. There's just no inherent benefit to it. That's a style choice at that point. Then we run a pipe sensor. Oh, ha. So the water leaves. That's technically not good design. We could just have the shut off on the outside. Realistically. Yeah, that's probably better. Alright, so this is getting kind of warm again. Let's mop this up. This is at 37, 44, 38. So why is this hot? Is it because of the hot water? This side is cool. It's literally here. Alright, we're gonna do a weird setup here. Just to melt the temp shift plate into the area. Alright, so let's start building our steam turbine setup. We'll do 4 tall. Do we want to run 2 AQs? 1 should be fine. We're probably not going to recoup the power from that. And then we could do a cold box drop off too. That would be super mean, but it would work, huh? Yeah, super mean. So we end up getting salt water. We're gonna feed this to bristles. This is what, 5 to 30? Yeah, I mean it's gotta be water. Hey, Aricia, coming in with the raid. Shout out to you, Aricia. I'm playing some Onis. I see you over there, man. How was the stream, dude? How was the oxygen? I imagine it was being included. But yo, man, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. How was stream? Hope it was awesome. And of course, my dude, thank you so much for the raid. Talk to us about streams, dude. I heard someone stole your starter biome. What was that all about? Getting robbed in this day and age is kind of wild, man. But you know what, man? I see you over there. Hope all is good in the starter biomes. Hope you're doing well. We were just experimenting to see if a Terra start's possible with the starter biome deleted. I think it is. We got lucky. Found polluted water vent, so that solved a lot of in this show problems for us. Wait. So how does that work? Do you sandbox mode delete all the tiles? Don't you need a dupe with hard digging skill to get past the granite? Yeah, you did that. Wait. Don't you need to dig the granite, or did you get lucky and you had like a soft opening somewhere? That'd be the immediate like, hey, isn't this a problem? Oh, bionic dupes with digging boosters. So you don't need dirt that way. Because you don't poop. Classic. You just get the boops that don't poop. That's smart. I see you over there. Wow, that's an interesting idea, man. No starter biome. Dirt for research. You know what? That's true. You do need dirt for research. You could just rot food, though, and then compost. Wait, you might need... Do you get compost in Big? No, you need that. You need dirt to get compost. Feels bad. There wasn't a lot of dirt. Sorry for research. We found some by the geysers. Oh, yeah, the geysers will give you a dirt tile. That's a thing, right? Covered geysers. Where's my covered geyser? Right here. You get a tile of dirt here. As part of the cluster. Get one here. Yep. Wow. That dirt tile is clutch. That single dirt tile is clutch, man. You gotta make sure the dupes don't make mush bars with that. But that is clutch. Compost doesn't give you enough dirt. You need 50 kg research point. Basically have swampy biomes for it to make sense. Yeah, it's true. You gotta have the swampy biomes. Could you find the teleporter or get a closed teleporter spawn and just go to the second planet? Isn't that a thing? Yeah, it does. People sleep on how much it actually consumes. That and water. Once you get supercomputer. Dude, I'm thinking, man. That would be the strat. You want to go to the second planet ASAP. Get whatever's there. I guess, I don't know if that counts, though. Teleporter strats, man. Take the glass. The ladder broke from this side. Yeah, that's fine. Not on a classic asteroid unless you scout it in advance. It's too far away. Oh, you're doing classic sized. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, you got to get really lucky with that then. Classic size. Doing it on Rhyme. That I feel like would be pretty easy. Will you ever get back to the rockets and other planets gameplay? Of course. It's just not in this run. This run, we're banning rockets. So, once we're done with this run, we'll get back to it. I see you, Wiggle. I see you over there. That's interesting, man. So, I gotta ask, what would the end goal be for that run? There's no way that's gonna be it, right? Anyways, gotta go to sleep, but have fun. Appreciate you, Aricia, coming in with the unique ideas. Hopefully that run works out the way you want it to. But of course, thank you so much for the raid. Brains community over the sharing with ours. Just trying to see if starting is possible for now. Gotcha. He's cooking something, boys. Gotta let him cook. Have you read The Wheel of Time? I have not read it. I have seen excerpts of it. I think I only have gotten through the beginning, where it's the family going through the magical forest for the first time, because they got they left the village, and then they drank from the tree, and then they go through the whole Shakespeare thing. Am I even human? And the dad snaps and shoots himself with a shotgun. That's after witnessing each one of his kids should have died. You know, where he starts questioning life? That's what I mean when I say the Shakespeare thing. You know what I'm talking about. And he's like, dude, my kid fell off the tree, landed on his neck. And then he gets, for lack of a better word, psychotic. Because he's like, this is really weird. No, it is Wheel of Time. Because what happens is that was the turning point when they realized that they're immortal. And that was the symbolism, the Wheel of Time. They fell off the wheel. And the rest of the story is them trying to find a way to get back on. Dude, that's the Wheel of Time, right? Am I crazy? You're going to tell me that's like Good Will Hunting or something like that? That's not Wheel of Time. What am I reading? I was told that was Wheel of Time. Vladimir coming in with 7 stream tree. Shout out to you, man. Dude, I thought that was Wheel of Time because I was told that was Wheel of Time. Someone lied to me, fam. Cool story though, bro. That feels bad. Had the wrong story. Hey, Onizumi. Shout out to Onizumi. Playing some Oni as well. Welcome in. Dude, all the raids are happening right now, man. What's going on? Thank you for the raid. Encaged Alien, welcome in. Onizumi, hello. How are you? Hope you guys had a good stream. Thank you guys for the raid. Bring the community, share with ours. But I gotta ask, how was stream? How were the dupes? Hopefully the dupes were being good. Hopefully these guys were not giving you you know, problem. But of course, I see you over there. Thanks so much for the raid. Talk to us about the colony. What you guys were getting done today. What kind of run you guys are doing. The dupes were dumb and 2 of them died. Yeah, the dupes will do that. You gotta babysit them. The dupes are like children, dude. I'm not even kidding. They are children. They will get stuck on the ledge and they're too scared to jump down. And they don't know how to see gas colors like we do. So they start suffocating and not know what's happening. But yeah, that happens. Don't worry. The dupes will do that to you. You gotta babysit them. You really do. But yeah, what kind of run are you guys doing? First playthrough, new playthrough. Maybe you've played this game for, you know, 5,000 hours and you just finished the tutorial. You know what I'm saying? And maybe you're doing a challenge run. I'm playing 3x no pause, and 2 of the hospital beds are occupied. So I didn't pick them up after I sent them into the scalding temperatures. Oh yeah, high risks, high risks. 3x no pause, that's not bad. Actually, one of them was walking with -11 athletics. Yeah, it gets tough, man. Yep, that's the biggest thing. In Oni, I feel like once you're in a bad situation, there's no real saving it. Like, you have to get to a certain point of the game. You got to get these little suits of armor, man. These spacesuits. You really need them. Because if you don't, man, you start getting penalized left and right. Oh, is that gas making your eyes itchy? Hey, man. Minus athletics. Hey, man, is that a puddle of water that you stepped in? Well, guess what? Minus athletics. Is it a little bit too cold? Oh, you know what, man? Minus athletics. Did you get burned? You took a little bit of damage. Hey, minus athletics. Start moving in slow-mo when it's bad. No super coolant. Yep. No super coolant. It's my second holiday ever. My first one was successfully completed. Cycle 1101 with a monument and tear. Nice. This guy's a pro gamer. I see you over there. I see you. I see you. But of course, we're doing a challenge run right now. We got the lab map going on. So this is the Relicaaargh lab with the meteor. And then what we're doing is We're taming every geyser that exists. So we have the magma from the volcano. We spill it down. We teleport and solidify the magma through the tile. Let me speed this up. And boop. And then the igneous pops through. We pick up the igneous with a sweeper. Put it on a rail. And we get free power. Store the power in the batteries. And then we cool down the igneous so these guys could eat. So not only are we taming the geysers, we are eating the resources too. That is our goal. So we're taking it a step further. So not only are we just going to do an infinite pressure tank and then just store everything inside, we're going to consume everything. So we have an army of hatches. As soon as it spawns in, they're going to be like, where's the food? Oh, I got robbed. So we're effectively doing a little apartment complex. We don't brush these guys. We just give them a house. And then they have food. And then we have one here. This is the low budget housing. There's about 200 hatches on one tile. But there's 3 volcanoes. So what happens is that they get the food and they immediately eat. The crazy thing is that that igneous rock that they ate is 1400 degrees. We are not cooling this down. Because this is a vacuum, they don't die from it. Is it one house each? No, it's not. One of them does not get a house. There are 8 hatches in the max size. But because I have to feed them and get a drop off, I could only fit 7 houses. So one of them has to share. Feels bad. One of them has to share. So this guy is chilling. Gets his little patio. He poops on the floor though. No bathrooms installed. Feels bad. But yeah, our run's going pretty good. We have like a lot of weird builds going on. Like this is 96. Yep, 96 is the limit. This is max size. One of them's a family home. You know what we could do? We could lower the roof by a tile so that we get another house. We could do that. We could do that. Lower the ceiling. And then they'll be able to get the 8th house in. We have a weird bee area where we feed them CO2. Because we have a CO2 geyser. And that's the only way I thought about consistently eating the CO2. Because if you guys don't know, the bees will huff the CO2, consuming carbon dioxide 100 grams per second. And they fall asleep. They're totally sleeping, yep. Even though their eyes are closed and they look very lazy. They sleep in that. That's what we're gonna call it. So we have this weird tamer where if this erupts, we can actually turn this on. They are slicksters that need cold CO2. So we have a cold box right here of ethanol so that we could run the CO2 inside and chill it so that these guys could get it safely. Because if the betas get above 0, they die. Or above 10 degrees. So, you know, I gotta make sure they don't randomly just disappear. But they consume the CO2 and it's nice. Because I had a lot of CO2 from my generators. The smoker building. I got some natty gas gens. And I'm just running all the CO2 inside. We have a little bit here stockpiled so that we could convert regular water into polluted water with the carbon skimmer. And then we could feed the pinch pepper nuts that way. Because this gives us water. Steam turbine, we don't drip it back in, we just run it out. And then the CO2 gets dumped out and we convert it into pea water. And then that feeds the pinch pepper nuts. So it's not bad. It's not bad. We also have another thing here. The slug army. We have like 10 metal volcanoes cobalt, iron, copper, gold. We have a second gold. We have a second iron. We have a lot of metal. So I am actively just feeding them metal because I have like way too much. And then all they do is eat and then dump the hydrogen in the gas line. Let's go. Mental Thrall, welcome in. Alien, how are you guys? So yeah, I've played this game way too much. I've done a lot of builds, and our current challenge is to tame every geyser and just use the resources. How do you make metal, or is it just the amount on the map? So typically, I would recommend not to make metal only if you need it. And the reason is because you have ways of getting refined metal via the geyser if you get lucky with getting one of these. There's no real way of getting metal ore, right? So gas pump uses metal ore. And if you run out of ore, you're going to have to use steel, which kind of sucks because steel is kind of, you got to make it. So I would recommend to avoid using this building. Because if you make refined metal from this, and it's pretty easy, you just hit the button, you lose half of it. 100 becomes 50. So if you do make metal, try to, but I mean, sometimes you're going to want to just make metal just a little bit, right? Just to build something. And that's perfectly fine. Use the refinery because it's 1-to-1. Now, that being said, if you need to get more, the only way to do it is in space. These little areas right here will have ore on it sometimes. And then you have to launch a rocket, start drilling for it, and bring cargo to it. But the problem is that you have to get your space research up. You need the drill cone to dig, and you need the cargo. Where's the cargo? Cargo. Where do is B? Right here. So you got to keep a rocket on that space tile with the drill cone to mine. And then you have another rocket with the cargo on it. This add-on. And then you drive by to pick it up. And then you just land and then drop it off at your base. So that's going to be the way to get these. The problem is that it's not that it's limited, but basically think about it this way. The asteroids is slowly regenerating, right? So it's technically infinite, but it's like a geyser. You produce a set amount every second. There is a top end, just like a geyser, because it overpressurizes. And you could only harvest what it makes. I think it's like a implicit 1% of max mass. So it's like whatever it says here, 15 tons, you regenerate 1% of this spread across the resources in that spread. And then it's 1% per second, 1% per cycle, something like that. So if you just leave it alone, stop mining, and then go back later, it's going to have more resources. But it's like a geyser, right? It's not constantly pumping, right? There's active periods, dormant periods, and there's a limit of how much it will have at max. So that means if you want to get more metal, you're just going to have to start asteroid hopping. Go here, start scanning the other ones, go here, go there. Now, of course, you got to get Droko. The problem with this is that this means you got to have diamonds. The only way to get diamonds typically is at the bottom of the map. And then you don't even have a lot. The problem with that is, you're in base game. You're in base game. Okay, so rocketry in base game is different. Rocketry in base game is different. So rocketry in spaced out gives you a different star map. So this is my star map because I have the spaced out DLC. You did Temporal Terror. I thought you did Temporal Terror with spaced out because we have one here too. So you have done full space already. Yeah. It's basically the DLC that I'm playing on right now is different from the base game that you're playing. The big difference is space is completely renovated, completely different. So your space is this is at the end, at the very top, and it's a straight line, right? So yours is different. You can automate it. It's just kind of annoying to get everything set up. The biggest problem that you have in base game is your wires always melt. So while you can automate it, I don't know if I recommend it, because since you're in space, every time you rocket launch, even if you use steel wires, they get closer and closer to melting every time. And then at some point they melt, and it kind of sucks. Because it's like, oh, you have to rebuild it. You can cool them, but once you get the hydrogen, they get above melting point every launch. Because they get above 3,000 at the rocket exhaust. And steel melts at 24. So you can try. That's the biggest problem for late game rockets, because your engine exhaust temperature is relative to the engine. So this is the hottest engine and it goes above 3,000. You have other ones like petroleum, and then you have another one like steam. Those are not as close. Those are like 2,000 and then like a little bit lower depending on which one you're using. And also what it shoots out. The big thing with hydrogen is that it shoots out steam. Steam has way different stats than CO2, which is what petroleum shoots out. And it makes it a lot easier to melt stuff. But yeah, it's tough, man. You could try. The biggest problem is that a lot of times it's like you gotta run the wires across the top or bottom of the automation because you gotta set up a gantry. And then it's like the power wires melt for the gantry, and it's like, can you really cool that? it gets annoying. You don't need a PhD in rocketry to figure out how to fuel and make rocket in space. Like, yep. I mean, you got to use the spreadsheet. You really do. Do back tiles melt in base game? They should. They should melt. Background tiles are basically the tiles, like these tiles, but they're for the space exposure tiles. Tungsten for fires, not melt. Tungsten, steel. Friendly advice, but no guarantee get it with base game run. Well, do you guys start with something like carbon dioxide engine, or just straight to something else? It's straight to steam. Straight to steam. Base game jumps straight to steam. And that's because in base game, rocketry is kind of the end game. You could do conduction panels with super coolant, right? You can. You can. That is an option. That is an option. No. They don't have carbon dioxide rockets in base game. Is what I'm saying. That doesn't exist. That's a spaced out feature. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. I guess that is what you would have to do. It would be tough. Because that means you can't really do hydrogen until you get super coolant, which is normally the case, because you got to get that for liquid oxygen as well. I guess I'm lazy. I never did that. I am mad lazy. But yo, that's awesome. You're using the spreadsheet, right? I'm hoping you are. Figuring out how to do rocket fuel in base game is ridiculous. Because it's a weird thing where the amount of fuel you gotta get is a curve. Like that. So it's like you have to hit a sweet spot. Because every time you add fuel, you add weight to the rocket. And then the distance goes up then down. So it's like here you could travel the furthest, and if you keep adding more fuel, it goes down because you're weighing down the rocket. Figuring out chat vibes, figuring out plus chat. I'm hoping someone in chat's carrying the fuel calculations, because it's like, yeah, you have a struggle in the beginning. I think the hardest part is launching past the first breakpoint. You know how on the star map you get the first 2 tiles pretty easy? Launching past, I think it's 30, which is the second or third tier, is tough because you have to have certain research tech at the space rocket, and then after you get that, it's like a weight balance. You have to have a certain amount of fuel, otherwise you just can't make the distance. Someone mentioned I have to balance it, but I filled it up completely. And it allowed you to do it. I mean, you could just keep launching to the first 2. It's just a lot faster if you go in deeper to get more research points. Yeah, if you fill up the rocket fuel, it reduces the travel distance, so you don't go as far. And yeah, it slows you down a little bit. Like, it'd still work. Mr. Legit I'm not optimizing that. Believe me when I say I'm not optimizing. Because the problem is the first 2 spots you could reach with the steam rocket, pretty straightforward. You put the research modules on. The problem starts happening when you need to get like a balance point in order to get to the farthest area. Now, technically, you could just keep looping the same area. The cargo bay problem, but without cargo bay is easy. Other one I hate is the excess fuel is waste. Rocket comes down empty no matter what. Yep, that's true too. I mean, hey, you know what? I'm not here to convince you. I'm just speaking from what everyone who's playing this game has said. But if you guys were able to get by without doing a lot of the fuel balancing, yo man, all the power to you. Keep doing what you're doing. But yeah, what I'm saying is not optimization, it's how the game works. It's really weird, and it's a lot of people can't do the rocketry without looking at the spreadsheet, where you kind of add in a certain amount. I don't know, I just didn't run into any issues at all. Most people also play spaced out anyway. Yeah, so the spaced out stuff is a lot easier. Spaced out works in the way you think it does. You fill up the rocket fuel, you go the farthest. It's just base game is not like that at all. I don't know if I'll do it, man. You're having that over the weekend. I see you, redneck. Dude, I don't stream on the weekends. I was like, oh, dude, feels bad, man. I saw that though, man. It was on like the weekend of April, last weekend of April, or something like that. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. But yo, Onizumi, thank you so much for the raid. Brings community over, share with ours. Hope you enjoy your time with the oxygen not included. If you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to help, no worries. I also know after you're done with stream, you know, at least I do. I have a kitty cat who's just begging for attention and head rubs. And also, they want wet food all the time. And I usually have to go make food after stream. So I know you gotta take care of yourself, so don't worry. I'll try and take care of your community and your chat as best as I can. Those guys coming in, if you guys have questions, I'm happy to answer all of them. Don't worry about distracting me or anything. I mean, this is what, you know, Twitch is about, right? come in, hang out, chat. And of course, I have way too many hours in this game. So if there's anything you guys are running into, you guys want my advice in particular, I'll do my best to explain and help guide you along the way. And of course, it's advice. You don't have to listen and do exactly what I tell you. I'm just trying to get you to the point where you can do everything yourself. And at that point, you get to have fun, and then you get to experiment, kind of like a scientist would in a game about science, right? Either way, people of chat, let me know. Otherwise, hope you guys have a awesome one. And of course, thank you so much for the raid once again. Have a good one, Onizumi. Appreciate the word. Grab some foods. Get everything you want. All the snacks. Alright, so we're going to be lining this up because we're going to be running a saltwater desalinator here. The desalinators. So that we convert this to regular water. Yeah, it's fun. I didn't look at any guides, figure out cool setups. Is something special for sure. Yeah. There's a lot of jank in this game. It's going to be one of those things where it's awesome, but don't get frustrated. Because sometimes something might be not working the way you planned, or there's something weird going on that you don't understand. The biggest thing is probably like using the meta refinery, and then the water you're adding in is a little too hot and your pipes start breaking and you don't know why. And you're thinking, oh, my pipes are breaking. I gotta use a stronger pipe. So you go from like sandstone to obsidian because that's the higher melting point. And it keeps breaking still and you don't know why. Like something like that isn't as intuitive as a lot of the other stuff. That's like usually when I would recommend, if something's breaking or you're running into a problem, that's what you should ask. Like, hey, my pipes keep breaking every time I run my meta refinery. And it's like, then you understand the state change rule, where if you have water boil in a liquid pipe and it becomes steam, which is a gas, the pipes always break and it doesn't matter on the material type. Another thing too is that the icons are overlapped. You might think that the building's broken instead of the pipe. It's a lot of weird stuff like that in the game. I tried to make an automatic crab cooker trap in my water reservoir today. Had the combination of liquid locks, vacuum locks, hot oil at the end. Figured out oil quickly. Because crabs are 100 kgs of cool meat, way too dank. Ooh, sad news. The only food that cooks is raw eggs. I hate to say this to you. In this game, the only food that you could cook outside of a cooking building. Oh. You're saying cook like you want to evolve them. So this is my hatch evolution chamber. Anytime I have too many hatches, they just drop them off here and they evolve totally. No, I messed up the buttons. What was this? Smooth babies, sage babies, the regular babies, and then stone babies, right? No stone babies? Yeah, just regular babies. Not actually cooking them. Okay, I got you. You were just evolving them, kind of like this guy. So he's learning how to swim. But you know, there's no lifeguards, so it feels bad. I thought you meant actual cooking. So you can't do this with the poke shells though. You can't do this with the poke shells because they could actually breathe underwater. Feels bad. But what you're doing with the temperature actually works really well. Funny thing is that if they are a normal body temperature critter, I feel like you're better off running them into a cold box. So poke shells, oh, they have -50. You know what? That is kind of low range. I guess it doesn't really matter. Above 100 or lower than -50. But yeah, what I was saying earlier is that if you want to cook food, this is the only food item, the raw egg, that actually could cook outside of a cooking building. So if you run this through 69 degrees Celsius hot water or hotter, it will become an omelet. It will literally flash into this. I'm not even kidding. So you could do a manual cooker where you hatch the eggs with the egg cracker. I've done this before. Right? You hatch the eggs with this, and then you sweep up the raw egg. Yeah, and just run it through a steam room. And it literally becomes an omelet. It's the only food item in the game that does that. I've tried to do it with everything else. Like, I tried to run raw meats to make barbecue. It didn't work. Like, you heat it up as much as you want, nothing happens. Man, it had new animations. Dude, this guy's a lot of character, dude. Oh, look at that. I didn't know they had new animations, dude, for the eating. Dude, look at Alfred, dude. The butler. But yeah, mental thrall, that's exactly how that would work. But only raw egg works. I've tested this with everything else. Nothing else actually cooks, sadly. Now, I will say, if you are evolving the crabs, yeah, that would be the way to do it. Sometimes I would do a thing. Anyone here is still hurt? I would move the poke shell inside a room with other critters and then move the egg inside, and then the poke shell will start fighting everyone else. And then at the end of the day, I kind of lower the population of both sides. Kind of works out. You have a paid mercenary and you start fighting the slugs. Yeah, that's exactly what this room was. Battle Royale room, 100%. I'm not even kidding. It's just that I'm down to my last crab. I don't want him to be, you know, he's the sole survivor, dude. I didn't want to lose my only crab we had left. You know how it would be. Bionic dupes still behave stupid while eating on the mess tables. Stand up for every power bank and not eating them all. Oh, really? Nah, man, I thought they fixed it. I guess they didn't. Feels bad. Works out, though. At least they eat and get the morale bonus. That's what we really want them to have. Alright, so we are going to be doing the salinator room. Oh, he's chilling. He's chilling. He's chilling. So we're going to do the salinator room setup. We're going to be running a steam turbine aqua tuner combo. And then we're going to do our chill box here. Typically speaking, it's going to be like that. We could use granite, that's fine. And then we run metal here, and then doors here. How do I want to do this? Metal. Water? No, that doesn't work out. I guess we could just make it a little bit thicker. And then make this a little bit wider. Yeah, nothing wrong with a little bit of extra thickness, right, guys? It's always nice. That means we're gonna do a 2-tile setup. You might have said it. Oh man. Okay, so this is the first planet. We have a second planet that we haven't touched yet that got demolished by meteors. This is what happens if you don't put a perimeter on the top of your map. The meteors just beat down non-stop. We haven't touched the second planet yet. But yeah, second planet has... Because there's a teleporter, we count this. About 6 geysers, 6 to 7. On the original planet, we have just the gold and the volcano and the hydrogen. And then we have these 4. So we have about 7 left. Everything else is about tame. Hey man, don't worry. You could catch up. There's a lot of shenanigans we had to do. Like, we have a cold box here. Why is this so cold? Oh my god. All the wood that I'm sweeping out at minus 24 so that we could feed the wood burners. No, these broke again. Alright, so it doesn't matter what you do. You have to have this separated in the power. That's so annoying. Ah, that's annoying, man. So you can't actually plug these in. They break every time. They stop running. That's annoying. We are going to do a weird setup here. I see a Dzen. Don't worry, it's gonna be part of the challenge later. How would I do this? We could jumpstart this pretty easily just by doing something like this. Okay, and then if one of them works, they're all gonna be working. And then we just have to be able to just open the door and deliver manually. But yeah, this doesn't work, man. Even if you have it at 100. This was the problem we were running into last time. Where, because these have a built-in battery on the generator, and it's plugged into a full battery setup, that it just stops running. There is, but technically this becomes the battery they're reading at that point. Because like Transformers, right, they have a charge on it. And they start reading that number instead of the battery number. So I'm just gonna burn off the power, because I don't need it anyway. They're running off of volcanoes. So we should be fine. Alright, so we leave these guys, we're building this. And this is a one-way feed. You know what we'll do? We're gonna redo the wiring real fast. The main reason is because I'm gonna want to deconstruct this wire. We're generating a good amount of power, so I should be able to remove this. Okay, and then we know this is our tile space. We are gonna want cobalt tiles here, here, and here. This is gonna be filled up with a liquid, probably water. And then we're gonna use cobalt temp shift plates. So we're gonna run this flush. So here. That should be fine. We're gonna need to get inside here as well. And then I'm gonna want to vacuum this. We could actually go in through here. That's actually kind of wild. So let me do the back tile. We're gonna run a gas pump. Let's run it here. And then we're gonna run this down. Plastic vent. We could probably run it off of the... We should probably run it off of that wire, to be honest. We're gonna do something jank. We are gonna borrow this line temporarily. Since we have a liquid lock here, I feel like going through here makes sense. We're locking the dupes out via this door. And they can't pick up the steel, so it should be fine. Maybe mix in some logic. Battery 100% full, cut off the other power source. Turns them on. I mean, that's only if I need the power, though. I feel like this is probably going to be our solution because, like, if we look at wood, we got 350 tons. Y'all ever seen that isekai anime where the guy with the slime army is chopping wood? He's like, hey man, we're gonna chop wood. He's like, okay, cool, I help out. And then he starts chopping wood, and in one swing he chops down the entire forest. And the guy's like, yo man, that's tight, that's cool, let's go back inside, man, we done for the day. And then the dude's daughter is like, oh, you guys finished chopping wood? How much wood did you guys chop? He's like, oh, like 350 tons. He's like, oh, damn, wood for 3 days? Not for us, but for the entire town. I was like, god damn. That's basically what it is, man. We have way too much wood. We could, dude, get everyone with the wood heaters if they really want it. And then it's even worse for coal. I've been feeding hatches way too much. 1692, nice. So it's like we should just burn it off. I mean, we're feeding bees anyways. It's technically good for the environment. It's weird though that we're generating CO2 and saying it's good for the environment. But we're feeding the bees. Feeding the bees. Seems legit. I could probably leave that inside. Alright, we want to seal this up. Prioritize that. The wire is built. We don't need power to jumpstart this because everything is pretty good so far. We are good here as well. We're going to want to wall this off so we can start pumping. Is there a reason why you don't use conduction panels in a vacuum? Always use radiant pipes and water. That is because of a couple other things. So you could see here that we're having... Wow, this is a bad example. Where's my good example? Right here. So I have gas in this middle area, but because this is a vacuum, I'm fine with doing that because there's no heat transfer from the gas into the inside of the vacuum. Now you could use conduction panels for this, but I like to have a larger buffer. So when you're using a conductive panel, you are cooling down the building directly. By having water there, you get to increase how much temperature you have before it starts overheating, because you're adding more mass to it technically, because the building touches the water, and then the water mass in total, this is one bottle, 200 kgs, gets basically added to the mass, which makes it harder to heat up. At the same time, if you run the radiant pipe on top of the water, you get to cool it down so that it holds more of the low and man, what's the thermodynamic terms for this? It basically stays cooler longer because you have more cold mass. Why not both? You could run both, but it's redundant. It's like putting a band-aid on top of a band-aid. The band-aid that's covering the wound is the one that you only really need. The one on top of that is like, it's there, it's trying. It's helping somehow, I guess. But yeah, we're basically able to buffer more heat that way. Now, that being said, this is kind of like a play style thing. And because I used to play before this was introduced to the game, you could do either or. I'm not saying this is better. This is just a logic that I'm using to kind of describe why this is possible. Not so much that this is better, because this is 100% a game where if you can make it work and keep it from breaking, it's fine. Right? Like the efficiency, it's marginal pickup. It's like being able to you know, get 18.9 instead of 18.1. You know, it's a marginal difference. But yeah, It's not really important when it comes down to that. Alright, we're gonna cut this. And then we're gonna run the wire. And then we're gonna cancel the wire so we don't rebuild it. Alright, it's vacuum time. But yeah, that's why I use radiant pipes instead of conductive panels. Now, there used to be, when this came out, it used to be weaker. I believe it got patched out. But basically, it used to be so that only the center was reactive. And then it also didn't actually pump out full 10 kgs per second. I forgot, was it 2.5 or 5? You had to do this weird math thing. I forgot what we had to do. I think it was something like this. You run a pipe from an aqua tuner, right? And then you had to do this weird setup. You bridge, and then you did the setup like that. So you get a 4-way equal split so that you could run all these. And then you just merge this together at the end. It used to be like this because the conductive panels wouldn't allow 10 kgs through at a time. So because of that, it's they changed this, so now this works like a proper bridge, moving a full 10 kilograms of liquid through the pipe. But it would used to jam, so you would not get like a lot of water coming out. But yeah, that was conductive panels, and then some of the habit just kind of kept with me. Holy moly, heat capacity of gold is 0.1 and water capacity is 4. So it's not 200 kg on the top, it's more like 8,000 worth of gold at the top. Yeah. Another reason why is that water is king. If you didn't know, water is best liquid in the game. You get it immediately, cycle 1, and it's a top 3 liquid all time. The only liquid's better than it is supercoolant, and then the other one is nuclear waste in some capacity. The problem with nuclear waste is that it has this thing where it needs to be above 26, otherwise the pipes break, and a lot of times you don't want it to be above 26. So it's like you could argue water is like number 2 liquid in the game. But yeah, water has great stats. 4.179. The conductivity doesn't really have a lot of importance because you're not cooling stuff directly with water. You're going to be running it off of like a radiant pipe, so you're going to be running off of the conductivity of the radiant pipe because of how that works. A lot of conductivity takes the either higher of the two or the average of the two. So you could just pick up the average by adding a reactive metal, or of course using temperature plates. So a lot of times the conductivity doesn't matter too much, and it's really just how much energy you're able to hold inside the element. So water, and in that example, 4.179, it's like relative, right? You wouldn't know what that means. But the only number higher than this is supercoolant and nuclear waste in the game. And most things are around 1, if that. So water is really good. That's why a lot of times adding a little bit of water solves all the problems. Nuclear waste for cooling magma, it's kind of weird. Nectar is weird. Nectar is good because of the range, but the stats are... Yeah, actually, yeah. Nectar is really good. I'm thinking about something else. I might be thinking of Brackine. Nectar is really good. The only thing that sucks is making nectar. That's the only thing. This tree sucks. This tree sucks. If you don't have mercury, so you can't make the ceiling lamp. If you can't use this, and you're not able to get the high lux value that you need for the tree, it's tough time, man. And then the other thing that sucks about this plant is that it needs snow. When the game first came out... Wait. I haven't actually made this in a while. Can you make snow from the ice machine now? The ice maker makes... Dude, when it first came out, that was not a thing. That was not a thing. You would not be able to make snow from this when it came out, and it was kind of stupid. Because it was like, you can't make snow anyway in the game. Can you not grow the trees on the surface? It depends. This tree needs... I forget how much rads it is. But the surface has varying lux value. I'm at 40,000 here. And this is at 35,000. While you can, it's not... what's the word I'm looking for? It's not equal. Some planets you can, some planets you cannot, because the lux value isn't high enough. Or you can, it's just really slow. Because of the varying lux values that you get, my geyser list, it's one of those things where it's like, I guess it can kind of work, but sometimes you get a planet with low lux value just because that's the planet, and then it's just not growing or not growing as fast. But yeah, that is normally the solution. You got to get trees on the surface, and then the other problem is, do you have hot debris raining down and bopping the tree? Yeah, that's the other solution. You could just stack the lamps. You run a window tile. And then you stack the lights. And that you're going to be able to grow one. You do the bugs too, true. Yeah, the default planet that you get the seed on is good for it, 100%. But with the introduction of the new story trait, this one, you could get it now on any planet. So it's like you could just get a bonbon seed, right? Where's my bonbons? Right here. And then you could try to grow it here, but then it's like, you know what? You get meteors, dude. That's made out of gold. That's gonna smack your trees. This got released within the last 3 months. I think this got released in December or something like that. This literally just got added in. I think 3 months ago, yeah. December. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to do the bonbon trees. Nectar is really good. I just wish there was another way to get it. Oh yeah, November 2025. Yeah, 3 months. That's where it was. The new story trait, man. I was a fan of that. Keep running this. We're vacuuming. Oh yeah, because it's a story trait. You think it's part of the... That's true. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. You would think it's part of the story just because of that. But yeah, this game is a rabbit hole. I remember when I first got this game, I spent, what, 75 hours in the first week after buying the game. Well, I didn't buy the game. Someone got me the game. You know, streamer privilege. And they were like, you should play this. I thought, okay, cool. I played it. I played it non-stop. First week, 75 hours. I did not get to cycle 100 at all. I kept getting mad that my dupes would pee in the water tank. I didn't know at the time, though, that it was fine. But I kept getting mad that happened. I'm a perfectionist. So, you know how that works. You just get mad. You're like, man, reset. Hit the reset button, start over. Until we stopped peeing in the tank. That was a classic, man. That was the classic. But yeah, spent a lot of time. It was a lot of fun. You know, they never stop to find a way. See, that's why you get them suits. That's effectively a diaper. If they make a mess, they carry it with them and they slosh around with it, and that's punishment. They gotta slosh around in their own pee water. And then, you know, they don't do it again. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. That's disgusting. It's not pleasant, man. Y'all ain't wrong. It is not what we considered a good time. Y'all ain't wrong, man. Y'all ain't wrong. All right, so we gotta do... All right, I gotta do a weird design here. We're gonna do obsidian tile here. I don't think we have obsidian inside, so someone's gonna have to do it. Could we give them a bin here with obsidian? Oh, hey, he got it. What a stud. I just had someone break my vacuum by farting. Yes, I hate flatulent dupes. There used to be a time period where these suits would not stop flatulent dupes. They would have little flaps on their ass cheeks that would flap open and release the fart even while wearing the suit. So even with the suit on, they would break vacuums back in the days. Because I was like, okay, just give them suits, you know? They released the natty gas at the suit checkpoint. And then they were like, yeah, no. Ass cheek flaps, open, release. And then I remember chat was like, yeah, man, you gotta have that. Otherwise, you're adding unbreathability to the gases that they're breathing inside the suit. And I was like, okay. Okay, man. Whatever works. But yeah, flatulent dupes are the #1 thing I avoid. It is a bad time. Taking devs are evil as usual. Yo, man, they know how to get you, man. Allergic dupes are a lot worse than you would expect, to be honest. I used to think allergic dupes weren't that bad. Okay. And then we add in the vent. We're gonna run a normal pipeline. We're gonna run that there, and then we're just gonna run bottle drainers. Narcoleptic's not that bad. Anemic sucks. You're just slower than everyone else. Taking all flatulent dupes is a nice challenge. I'm making a call in for all these dupes. Everyone just throws away. I've tried to do one of those runs. It ends up being that you get one flatulent dupe every couple hundred cycles. Because it's not common, dude. You got to think about it. As they added more traits to the game, it's more and more uncommon. You'll get a flatulent dupe. I remember when I did a narcoleptic dupe only run. Yeah, you got to mod it. I had a small colony for the longest time. I would get any dupe that was narcoleptic. And there was no problem with playing with narcoleptic dupes. It was just, I would have a small colony. Just because it would just take us so long. And it would be the starter 3 for the longest time. But yeah, you got to get a mod that guarantees the flatulent rule. Or something like that. A long time ago, before they added in, like, boops. So you're not rolling boops anymore. Additional traits. And then stuff like that when the catalog list was a lot shorter. But yeah, getting that modded is probably going to be the idea that makes the most sense. I'm a little bit worried right here. This might end up being a gas tile. I'm really hoping that's not the case. Okay, let's remove this. And we're gonna start filling this up with a liquid. So I'm a perfectionist. One of the things I absolutely hate is if I leave an item inside the steam room, right here, or in this room, or in that room. So I try to do a thing where if I deconstruct the item, I could move out the item without having like a little piece of igneous inside. A little bit particular with that. Oh, I can't build this if I build that because I wouldn't be able to climb up and reach. Oh, this is ready. All right, we're gonna do a simple vacuum lock. Spill a little bit of oil, doesn't matter, just more than 5 kgs. And then build a tile. This should be fast though. What's going on? My dupes. All right, that pushes up the oil. We get a spill. We want a little bit here, a little bit here, and then when we deconstruct this, the oil falls down. I guess I have to prioritize this. That got built. I guess I do need to do this one first. And then we get a vacuum. And if you use oil, that stays a vacuum. What I mean by that is I could dig this tile, the salt water could spill on top, and nothing gets moved. This is dormant? Oh, it's dormant. I mean, we could actually do that. So I'll showcase what I'm talking about. Oil OP. And then we need to sweep the room, get rid of the pea water. Hey man, what are you doing? Well, as long as it's not gunk. Basically, oil is one of the heaviest liquids in the game. But if a heavier liquid spills on it, it will flip-flop the liquid and it becomes a problem. Alright, see? Just chilling, dude. Chillin'. So that's why this is kind of nice. Oh no. We want to sweep everything outside. Do you know how liquids vanish? Sometimes low quantities just get deleted. That shouldn't happen anymore. That used to. But it should not happen anymore. So liquids used to get deleted because of how there is a... Okay, so there is a couple of weird things that happen in the game still, but it's in only very certain circumstances. There used to be a thing where if you put a gas vent or a bottle of polluted water on the floor and a single tile of CO2 hovers on top of it, the polluted water will off gas and delete the CO2. That should have gotten patched out. Now that works in every situation as well. If you have gases spawning, well, it wouldn't really delete the liquid though. The only way the water gets deleted is door crushing and the weird liquid crushing rule. There is a weird situation in this game. I don't have any good examples. So, if you have a U-shaped setup, something like this, and you make it a little bit too tall, perhaps, doesn't really matter. If you have a liquid here, a gas here, and a different gas here, so you have a triple stack, if you add in a liquid via bottle emptier, or if you open up a bottle, it sometimes gets deleted because it's trying to spawn in between two layers that's not the bottommost, and as a result it gets crushed. It's only a specific phenomenon though when it's specifically, I think, a heavy liquid, a single tile of gas, and a different gas on top. That is a really weird situation. I used to call that liquid crushing because you could literally have this drip out water non-stop and nothing spawns. Now the thing is that, yeah, I think that's still in the game just because it's like a really, really specific but weird situation. Timo, welcome in, dude. I see you, Timo. Hope you're having a good one. But yeah, outside of that, the only way to have liquids disappear in low quantities, and it's not evaporating like water becoming steam, I have to assume that's not happening, right? Is that weird liquid crushing. Otherwise, nothing should actually. It was one tile high. Got it in a VOD. Might be a quirk of the base game. If you could find the VOD, let me know so I could see it. And I could tell you potentially what might be happening. There's a lot of weird things because of how this game operates. Everything is single tile. Right? And because of that, you have no mixing in the game, so everything will take up at least one tile while it's occupying it. So you have a lot of weird interactions because of that rule. You can't have two things occupy. You can't have mixed gases and stuff like that. And then some of the rules with the mass and stuff like that might get a little bit weird. Yeah, that's another point what Deezen's saying. Even if it's like a one small tile U-shape, one tile high, as long as your gases above it line up the way I'm talking about, you get that weird phenomenon. Oh, you're talking about this type of lock, right? Like this. And then these droplets disappear. That might not be because they disappear. It's getting pushed into the center. So these drop blocks right here, if you're using anything that's light, a dupe. So anything that's light is a non-oil. Oil in this game are the heavier liquids in this game. So if you use water for this, a dupe could breathe here and push the water in. Now, the oil, the same thing would happen is if your dupes carry something that off-gases. So if a dupe is carrying out bleachstone, and while he's moving through the lock, the bleachstone off-gases, that will push the liquid over. And that's because of the new change. Well, it's always been like that, though. But basically, spawning a gas will force whatever's on there over. Typically, if you do that on a vent, it pushes up and then falls back down. Which is why a lot of times you're taught to put your vents on the ground for infinite pressure. But in a situation like this, it could get pushed to the side as well. And then it's just going back into the center. Now, if that's not what it is, they have nothing that off-gases, that's where flatulent dupes suck. A flatulent dupe could literally, I'm not kidding, fart on this tile and push the liquids in. It's one of the other reasons why flatulent dupes suck. You can't do drop blocks. They fart on it and it gets bopped. I had nothing in the center. I'm paranoid about liquids and stuff moving diagonally. Oh, ha. If that's the case, nothing is spilling back into the center and it's disappearing. The only reason it could be might be it became sour gas. Did you happen to have sour gas in the area? That would be a sign. Sour gas is the purple gas. This one right here. Didn't see any. Tried looking. It's a mystery. Yeah. That's one of the things about this game. I wish there were logs. Logs would be awesome. Sour gas fine too. I misremembered. It was 4 tiles high. The water's on the bottom, and I opened a bottle of oil with the ladder on top. And then the oil disappeared. I thought the oil would push the water up. Oh yeah, so what I was talking about with the U-shaped thing and the single gas stacking, I think that's exactly what happened. That should be what happened. So basically the rule of thumb for that is you want to pay attention, because that used to happen a lot in this game when you do the drop locks like I did. This drop lock, you saw me make this. I spilled here and then oil spilled here, right? If you have one oxygen, one CO2 tile, and you build a tile, the oil gets deleted. Nothing gets pushed up. So that happens because you have single tile entity and you can't merge it, but you can't push a gas to push a gas. A lot of weird rules in this game. You could push one entity, and if it's a lot of the same entity, it just merges. But if it's a different gas type, you can't push a gas to push a gas. So it just gets deleted instead. So if you do the same thing, open a bottle of water, and there's single tile there, and you can't push up the oil just gets deleted. But yeah, I wish there were logs in this game for that exact reasoning. Weird stuff happens. Start wondering what's going on. Oh yeah, pro tip, if you guys ever have this issue and you want to get rid of the pee water, but then it's on the second layer, you could just build a mesh tile here, and then you could mop on top of the mesh to mop up the pee water. We're gonna do exactly that, just to clean it up a little bit. Let's get rid of this. We're gonna have to dig that to mop up the pee water there. We want to keep the salt water because we are gonna do the salinator setup. I guess we do also want to dig this. All right, we got the vac boys. I'm in. Just want to make sure gas overlay, vacuum, good stuff. All right, we are gonna do decon. Well, decon. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of the power line, gas line, and the pump. Cool. So this is ready. Let's look at what we have a lot of. Liquid. Brine. I mean, it's what we have the most of, right? So we're gonna put 3 of these. We put 3 bottles to empty out at the same time. We're gonna leave the top layer open, and the logic is that we want to make sure. We might have to do this tile. We can do it later though. Yeah, we'll wait. What are some of the mods? I use a mod that's very quality of life called Smart Mop. So my mop button, you guys have to click and drag. I click it one time, and it mops up the entire spill of the same water type. Right? So it didn't mop up the water because it's not brine. I clicked on brine, and it just mops everything up. This one is water. It just mops all the water that's touching. You see this? It's a gap. You can't mop that, so it doesn't mop this tile. Right? So it's one-click mopping called Smart Mop. Outside of that, I would recommend this mod called Sweep by Type. You have a sweep button. I could actually click on mine and choose what I sweep. This is really good. Game-changing almost. Those 2 mods that I just described should be base game. I've used it since 1.0. And those 2 mods, I'm impressed, are not base game yet, because they're very quality of life and doesn't do anything else. Smart Mop, Sweep by Type are going to be the 2 I would highly recommend. I use like 4 mods. The other mod I use is choosing the dupes in the beginning if I'm doing a modded run. And then I used to have this mod that hasn't been updated yet. I uploaded my Twitch emotes, and they were options for the paintings. That mod has not been updated though, but that was funny. My Twitch emotes would be the paintings. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore though. There's another one I used to run that I haven't updated. It allows you to rename the critters. It's really funny. I remember we had someone name themselves after the critter. And then we forgot about it. And it was like, okay, he dies, nothing happens. Every egg that critter laid became the sun. So it was like, the name was like Jacob. I forgot the person's name. And then the son was named Jacob the Second. I was like, oh, dude, the bloodline's alive. Dude, that was tight. But yeah, there's a couple of mods like that that I don't run anymore. That I should, because it's just really for Twitch chat. I'm surprised you don't have the mod that fixes the info cards from bugging off too. Oh, that's because I don't really care for it. A lot of times, like, you could run that mod. That is very QL, but it's like, I very rarely use that because I just, like, if I need something, I'd rather just go here and say I need igneous. Click that, and then it's here. And then I just cycle through. Now, if it's something like I need to sweep something from my main pod, I just click here, sweep by type. Let's say I want my seeds to be swept out. Now it's only seeds being swept. Just because I could just choose that on sweep by type. So it's like, I don't need to look at the info panels. I just pick up what I need and just boop, sweep it. Same thing with this. It's also, I would recommend mass move. It's basically, you know how you click on an item and relocate? I could now do this and then force a move job here. Everything that I selected on this list now gets moved, and then I could prioritize it. The big thing is I could do whole groups at a time and allow a number of dupes. So these are 4 different jobs. So that means 4 different dupes could do this. Mass move. Those are both really good. All right, we gotta do a little bit of mopping. Oh, it's too much right here. 280. Oh, that's a sham. But yeah, I would recommend those, especially if you're a new person. They are very quality of life. Big, big quality, dude. We got the biggest of qualities. But yeah, I don't change the game up too much. I just do a lot of like small QL mods. Outside of that, don't really do anything else. Alright, we're slowly adding in the brine. We should have a lot. We have brine right here. Salt water. This is filled up. Okay. Can't really do too much about that then. Okay. Let's start going through here. We're going to be running a cobalt line. So we want to go through here and come back to the steam turbine so the temperature we select is proper. That means we want to run this. I kind of want to center this because I can. Now we'll put it right side oriented. So classic setup. You do the steam turbine aqua tuner setup. You do the overflow thermal sensor. Right, get the setup. Make sure that's made out of steel. That's fine. And then... oh, we can't reach here anymore. That's fine. We're going to run the piping. So it comes out here. Do I want to start left tile or right tile? Zigzag. Wait. Okay, that works. So we're going out to here. And then we want to run cobalt into it. And then this runs through that way. Run through there. We're going to run cobalt all the way through. And then through like that. So in blueprint form, the first blueprint stays. So if you have a pipeline here that's insulated and you run a pipeline through that's radiant, the center tile here is still insulated. That way you could just run pipes over itself in blueprint phase. It makes it a lot easier. Okay, that's exactly what we got to do. And then we got to get a power line. Steam turbine. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to bop. I'll bop that tile. Because we gotta run the insulated pipe out. I'll probably run it right on top. Have that over, that's fine. Let's build that. We'll put this in for later. We'll get the ST in. We'll make this out of lead. It doesn't really matter what. And then we will do the connection. Simple in. We're going to run it right on top of the AQ. Simple set. No temp shift plates. We won't need it. And I will do this just because yeah, we probably don't need that. I mean, just in case. And then we're just going to run a wire out. So that makes the most sense. Oh no, bro. I can't build this. Oh, we have to deconstruct this. Oh no, bro. I can't build the stuff on the inside. Oh, okay. Let me set this up for later. We will have to sweep out the stuff. God damn it, dude. We have power there, that's fine. Yeah. And then we're gonna want the bottle emptier here for water later. And then we have to run the water through that we're pumping out through. Oh, look at that. Alright, this is kind of annoying. We're gonna build a tile here. And a tile there. I climb up here to climb up there. This water kind of sucks. Actually, that's a funny story. Dupes used to be able to grab through corners. And that was why this design for food storage became the best food storage design. So back in the days, you need to do something called deep freeze, sterile atmosphere, right? Both of those always existed. Back in the days, you only needed to fulfill one of the two. If you had it in deep freeze or in a sterile atmosphere, the food would never rot. So people would do these boxes and have a vacuum inside, and then the food would just never rot. It's powerless, no cooling, and the dupes are able to pick up diagonally. Clay was like, yeah, I'm having none of this, and they patched it out so that only dupes cannot pick up diagonally. And then later on, they did another patch that made it so that you need both deep freeze and sterile atmosphere. But yeah, food storage has gone through some changes. We're at 10 mil though, so we good. This is mad cold too. But yeah, so they made the change to the dupes, but not to the sweepers. I'm probably gonna need to build this so we could push out the polluted water up and then mop it up. It does. It does. I'm not mad about that change. I do remember a lot of people complaining though when they did make that update. They're like, help, this design doesn't work anymore on the YouTube. And they're like, no man, it works, it just, they patched it. So now you gotta do this as well. Oh, okay. All right, so this is ready. We are gonna run. We want an opposite setup. And then we want to run this out, and this probably runs in from the bottom. All right, we might have to slow down on the brine. Let's lower this to 5. You know what? Let's lower this to 4. Is this a supply errand? It's just storing. Okay. Because I'm like, dude, they should be supplying the stuff right there. So we do this. Oh, ha. I should do the setup here then. 4 space gap. I guess we could take this as a proper floor. If we do that and have this be proper floor, I probably do a ladder here so that we could reach this floor and maybe even put a lip there. And then that means I could have the shut off here, which means we do liquid pipe shut off. And I like that. Yes. All right, let me redo the sweeper so that we're not in the way. And then we want to do a shut off here. I'll make this out of cobalt. So there's going to be tiles there. We're going to need 1 tile for the sensor that we're going to run. And then that's going to be like this. And then we're going to run a overflow. We do their limited selection though. But we do got 1 special dupe. His name is George. You might know him as the dude from The Big Lebowski. And then Eduardo. Those are the only 2 free dupes, sadly. Oh no, bro. This is on that power line? That kind of sucks. I guess it's fine. I'll have to put a bridge there later. Zandrov duped me. I got you. You know what? I could just redo this. Who are you gonna claim? We could put this here instead. That's tough. Mob barley. Alright, man. Did I spell his name right? I think we did. Oh, he's a balloon artist. Let's go. We will give him the little pit balloons. No, we give him the pokey shell ones. All right, we got to change his outfit. This guy looks ragged. His name is Mob Barley. You know what that sounds like we got to give him? Overalls. There we go. And then we're going to give him a white t-shirt. Oh, looking nice. And then what kind of shoes can we give him? Gold rim? Damn, my man's fancy. All right, we got to get him some beat up gloves though. Brown and white. We don't really have a good color scheme for that. Let's go with this. All right, it's pretty good. All right, man, he's in. I am gonna do this for the cosplay. Where's Bella? Ah, it is that one. Okay. So Bob Marley gets improved farming to get the hat. Let's find this guy. He's sleeping. We got the pet dog inhaling the oxygen. Oh, that's what the unlocks are. I was wondering about that. Yeah, man, you get to customize the dupes. Give them onesies. Give them nice outfits. Wait, wait, wait. Get the upgrades. Get the hat on. Hey, there he is. Finish the cosplay. The Barley Farmer. That's why his name is Mob Barley. He got the overalls on. He got the fedora hat. He got the gloves for farming. Wearing a t-shirt because he's outdoors. We're in, boys. Work gloves? Like we're playing Maple Story? No work gloves, man. This guy with a 10 attack work gloves for no reasoning. Alright, I do have to redo the bridge. I will do a slight setup here. Cut these, bop those. And then we bridge that part. Cut that part. Pipe, not bridge. And bop the pipes, nice. Okay. We're gonna run thermal sensor. Pipeline thermal sensor. And then we just get the easy power wire onto that bottom line. Alright, pretty good. We need to push the water still. Let's bump this up. Let's bump that up. I think we could build both of these. I want to just push over the pea water so we just mop it out. Because I don't want to pump this. Oh yeah, it's going to push it up. It's going to push it up. It's going to work. Okay, while they're doing that, we still need to cool down this biome. Because we have 176 tons of gold piled up on this tile. And it's erupting. Oh, man. See, I'm a little bit scared to go grab the gold. Because I'm scared that they're going to... You know what? I'll just change it, right? Where are my slugs at? Because they're eating gold right now. And while we do want to feed them that gold, we cannot feed them gold anymore. We'll just feed them iron and copper. What is that weird liquid lock? Weird liquid lock. This one? This is an accidental liquid lock. This is not supposed to be there. I was bringing in ice via temp shift plates and just doing this. Now, most of the water evaporated into steam, which is why we have this here. But basically, this geyser has been alive for 1,550 cycles. It erupted on cycle 10. And it's kept making gold, which is why we have so much, 176 tons. So a lot of the heat from the geyser, which is, you know, 26 Celsius, has been dumped into the tiles. I've been just slowly trying to cool it down. Yeah. If you want to see a cool liquid lock, I could show you one. For the memes, we could do it. Well, we wouldn't do that yet. I thought volcanoes and gets blocked when the output tower gets buried by time. It does. However, I think this is because this is the element it produces, gold. So it just keeps producing on it. Now, I don't know. I otherwise don't have a reasoning for why this is there. I'm gonna be completely honest. You are right. I don't actually know why this is piled up to as much as it has. Andy, welcome in. How are you, dude? Oh, you've seen it? Okay. So there's a thing about that I'm not sure if you understand why that lock is good. There's a minor thing about that type of liquid lock. Andy, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. What's good, dude? How's the days? How's the Mondays? Let's go up to the constructions. Get these built first. There's a weird thing about that waterfall lock. Yeah, waters will stack up like that. But there's a weird property with it that makes it really cool. I guess I should try to prioritize this as well. Chillin'. Awesome, dude. It's really good if you understand some of the minor things about that. Alright, I kind of need to build this first. There we go. Now we can mop it properly. I guess I shouldn't do it here. There's no way to really, like, test it out. But we gotta do what we gotta do. Alright, we're gonna mop this up. Mopping is 3 wide, so mopping this mops that. Come on, robot. Can't you mop for us? What are we doing? We're doing a standing lock. So that the dupes could get the benefits of a standing lock. No, the water zipped through. Oh, what a travesty. Alright, let it spill back out. Alright, that might be good enough still. Yep. Stacked liquid lock. You get the benefit of not getting wet. The only problem with it is that you can't run anything that off gases through it because it breaks it immediately. But it's really good for that reasoning. Come on, dupes. Do the moppage. Nice. All the pea water is gone. All right, we get rid of this now. Get rid of these. And then we'll be able to move everything out. Probably want to dig that as well. Come on, Rover, you got this. Poor man's viscal gel, 100%. That's exactly what it is. Oh, you found the true talisman. You get everything its own texture. I saw that and I was like, that is like a cool idea. Just change it up. But I realized that as a streamer, I would want to avoid playing with that mod. because of the reasoning that is I guess I do want to do this. The reasoning for that is because people are going to be like, hey, what's that? Like, I don't know why your tiles look different, and they're new players. And it's just to make it so that there's less confusion. It's perfectly fine to play with though. 100%. Pretty cool mod. But yeah, I don't use it because it's like, I'm just gonna get a lot of people who are like, dude, why is that tile a little bit different? The people that don't know about the mod. On the other hand, it'd be good to see for viewers the material you're using for stuff, because there's no way to know when watching. It's true. That is true. But that would also require people to be familiar with the mod. So I guess it's one of those things. You get to pick which one you want the people to ask about. Like, it's at that point, it's like, it's the same thing. It's just whether or not you do one or the other. I just feel like a mixed game looks so much better. Like, so many mods that go, why is it not in base game? It's true. Have you guys ever heard of the idea that there's like a licensing agreement that's preventing them? Like, the guy who made the mod owns the not owns the idea, but it's like they can't just take it from them and be like, we're gonna add this base game, we're gonna pay you nothing. Now, I don't know if that's the case, but it makes you wonder, right? Like, maybe it's something like that. Because I know in some games, the studio that makes the game will reach out to the mod maker and be like, can we take your line of code and just copy paste it? And then they'll decide whether or not it's yes or no. But that's a lot of times what I would imagine would be the reasoning. There's some level of like copyright. That's preventing them from like just being able to just take it from them. Intellectual copyright, yep. Now the thing is that technically from that point of view, the devs could literally just take it. They would just have to code it differently, right? Like, you don't own the idea. You own that specific line of code that you use to implement on their engine. Because I believe you can do that thing where you could literally remake that concept, just do it differently. I feel like it is more that devs make stuff under the hood while modders put stuff on top of the hood. It's funny. It kind of depends. I know of a game that did the opposite. They had a engine / legal, I guess you call it an agreement. And what it is that you can't run a game and update it to make it so that it's higher spec requirement, right? So basically, when you release the game, there's a legal agreement and a minimum spec requirement that you fulfill, and that stipulates how strong of a PC / computer you need to have in order to run the game, right? It's a Steam agreement. There was a dev studio that, because of that agreement, they couldn't add certain things to the game. So you know what they did? The devs made it modder accounts and uploaded it as a mod. So there are mods that are made by the devs because they had to circumvent the PC requirement that was a legal thing. Dude, there's so many weird situations on. Like, we could say it's this or that, but it's like we really don't know. It could be something as ridiculous as that, like they couldn't legally actually do this, so they had to do it this way instead. But yeah, there were situations like that as well. What's going on, Lumbo? Blueprint mod base game? I mean, it's different. The blueprint here is cosmetics. Oh, I have this already. That sucks. But the blueprint mod, the copy and paste, like builds completely, I believe that's in the game. I mean, that's not in the game. That's a mod. It all depends on what the game licensing agreement was. So what I read was because of the minimum spec requirement and there were certain things that the devs couldn't add in, they had to do it that way. Really weird, but hey man, they got it done, I guess. They got it done, they got it done. I thought there was a blueprint copy paste in game now. No, that is not the case. Unless that's the new QOL that they're testing out. Yo, is that the new QOL feature they tested out, man? You know what? I should run this down below instead of up top. That makes so much more sense. And then we'll just run reservoirs here. And run reservoirs up top. Yeah. And then we get our gas pumps right here. I mean, liquid pumps. Snapshot, nope. That's not in the game. There was a lot of talks about us supposed to be getting an update now that they're doing quarterly updates. But I don't know, man. I haven't really seen anything about that. Tactically don't need that tile. Okay, this looks good. Let's move out these items really fast. No. Oh wait, snapshot. I don't know. I have not heard of anything called snapshot, so I can't say if that's in game or if it's part of the mod. I just don't know about it. Okay. So now we have this. I think we're gonna add salt water next. No, this is mass move. This is pliers. I don't have that mod, if that's what you're asking. All right, let it spill. Yeah, disconnect tool was pliers. The only thing is that disconnect is one tile, and I still like pliers because it's as much as you want. All right, now we gotta cap this. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like people who play Factorio. They have that perfect base in mind, and it just makes it so that it's more, you know, streamlined. They can just get it exactly the way it is. Keep working on the base, and then they have their blueprint. They just kind of, you know, roll out. 100% playstyle thing, man. 100%. What is that weird rocket battery? All right, so what happened here? No fertilization. Am I out of dirt? What? Oh, my dupes are slacking. Where my farm is at, man? Get some dirt to the trees so we can drink up the water. All right, so we have so rockets are really cool, but in our playthrough we are not allowed to launch rockets as part of the challenge. So since we're using volcano power, you can't smart battery this, because the problem is that you're trying to cool down the temperature all the time. So instead of actually running a smart battery, you have to have battery capacity. Now, in this game, batteries have something called runoff, which is power leak, right? You have something, power leak. You lose 2 kilojoules per cycle. That's 2,000 watts. And that's because the batteries will decay the power, right? Not only that, it generates heat. If you build a rocket platform and you build a battery module, not only is it better in terms of space, because this is 40,000 and it's 2x2, this is a 3x2 and it's 100,000. So you get more than double the capacity for less than double the amount of space. It's stackable. And then the big thing is that this is a rocket module. Rocket modules do not generate heat. So they stay cold. Yeah, it's from Spaced Out. This is part of the rocket stuff. So we get a platform and we get a build on that. And we get a bunch of items that was like specifically for the rocket ship. But yeah, there's it's a bit of a min-max thing, I guess. This is also from the rocket. I just removed the platform. But this is the inside of the rocket. In Spaced Out, you actually have to manage the inside. I just converted the interior of the rocket ship into a boop factory. This is where the boops pee, I guess, for lack of better words. When the boops have to get their oil changed, they go into here. And we have a little module for them. They get the private mechanic shop. But yeah, that is from Spaced Out. That is from Spaced Out. Alright, this is almost done. Okay, so this side's about done. Yeah, stacking liquids. And the problem is mopping this sucks. You're better off letting it fall down. Yeah, this is going to be a standing liquid lock. A different type of liquid lock than the T-shape. Come on, guys. You can do it. Thank you. So this gives you a full standing line, and then you can just mop up this. And then we're going to put this back. Let me get the mop priority so they don't mess around with it. Alfred, come on, Alfred. Where you at? Oh, it's Zarek. Okay, Zarek. There he is. Good stuff. All right, so now we got to build this. We'll wait for them to build that. We'll get the Groper Preserves. The thing I was talking about is a very long drip of water. For some reason, it didn't fall down. Yeah, that's a waterfall lock. There's someone in my chat that likes doing that. And it's basically a liquid lock. The reason why it doesn't stop dripping is because in the beginning, once you get that animation, it stays like that until the water stops being added. And if you have a generator always leaking out water, and it's always going to have a waterfall at that point, you could literally pump the bottom and deliver it back up top so it continues the waterfall. There's someone in my community that does that specifically instead of doing a proper wall, so that they could keep gases out, because that waterfall will separate the gases, and you get this weird situation where you have like a waterfall wall. It works. You can't really be mad about that. Yeah, you could do that for the biome. Keeps germs out technically. because the gases are separated. The problem is that you have to be pumping water all the time, or if you're running like a generator leak from the you know, extra fluids. Yeah, you could. Getting that vacuum in the middle is gonna be tough though. All right. All right, so this is a standing lock. You have to do 3 different liquids, and then you could do a liquid lock like this. Now, the reason why this is good is if you do the U shape at the bottom. Where my dupes at? Any dupes going to work? Right here. If he goes here, look at the animation. He does a jumping animation. In this game, there is no such thing as jumping on the game engine. And the reason why that's good, Xandrov, I'm sorry, buddy. We're gonna have to bop you. Is because he is not wet, right? Jumping is a teleport in this game. So he doesn't get wet and you have a liquid lock. That is the main reason why you do this. That is a liquid lock. It works. And he doesn't get wet. All right, let's give him his suit. He's mad. Make him take off his suit. There we go. Back to work. So that's the standing liquid lock. Now, the reason why getting wet sucks is because of all the debuffs. You've probably already seen it. But yeah, standing liquid lock has that benefit where you don't get wet while doing it. So it's really nice. They teleport like liquid bridges, huh? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So because they teleport, it makes it so that it's pretty convenient sometimes. All right, so back here, we know that we're going to be doing the water pumpage. No. We don't need to... No, we will. We will. We will do this. And then we do that. And then we will do this. Oops. And then we take these and we hold the water there. These go in this way, comes out that way. There we go. All right, I gotta head to bed. Have a good rest of the stream. Have a good one, Onizumi. With a name like Onizumi, it makes sense. You play at 3x speed. Not gonna lie. Onizumi. Makes sense. Makes sense. Either way, appreciate you for stopping by. Have a good night. Wrestle rest easy. We'll see you next time. Have a great week. And be sure to stay safe out there. Pure coincidence. Seems legit. Seems legit. Alright, so far so good. Doing that setup. We're melting temp shift plate to cool down the steam. And guys, I unfortunately have to take a break as well. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be real. So I gotta step away for a second, guys. The dupes are not gonna fail me though, right? I'm gonna leave my dupes unattended. But my dupes are adults and they're not gonna cause a mess. I hope they don't. Anyways, I'll be right back, you guys. Quick break, stretch break. Y'all know what it is. What? Who's rioting? That pool is not yellow. We did it. I remember now why I hate steam boxes and self-cooling turbines. They're super finicky and temperature gradients get weird. Yep. You combine both of them. Feels bad. Hey man, you can do it. No, this is too hot. I have failed, boys. I have failed. How did this fail? Alright, there is one thing I could see here. I guess we could try to fix it. Yeah. So I know what I did wrong here. Steam, 20 kgs, okay. Steam turbine can take heat directly from the tiles. I believe that is possible too. There's gonna be some changes we're gonna have to make from this. Shouldn't the self-cooling from this? I did something wrong. These needed to be insulated, so we would have had more heat get dumped outside. So there's some things here that we're gonna change to see if it helps out. But I gotta wait for my dupes. The building this, we're adding that. This is not done yet. We just gotta add water. Still doing a little bit of sweeping. Come on, my dupes. We will want to bop these tiles. Yep, no supercoolant, no insulite. There are some other changes we could make though, like mafic rock. Technically would be better, or ceramic. Doing some minor changes. We just got to do some changes first. Alright, so they will have to release the hydrogen. That is going to have to be something we'll have to deal with. That's fine though, that's fine. Okay, looking at this, we are going to be adding in more brine water. We could technically get this to work. There's nothing else I need in here, right? Yeah, we shouldn't need anything else. We're going to start removing the ladders and sweeping it out. We also want to move out these items. How is this unreachable? There's a ladder right here. The dupes go inside all the time. Oh, is that the suits not having oxygen? Constantly delivering the metal to the slugs. That might be an actual problem. Because then we get less people doing the jobs elsewhere. We could technically Yeah, farming supply too. Okay, we gotta sweep out these items. Yeah, they will do that loop all day. Yep. So I'm thinking about just sweeping the items and just dropping it off via chutes. Is what I'm thinking. The ceramics is only going to delay the inevitable. That's probably possible too. We could try to do something kind of jank. I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea. We just gotta make the change first and see if it works. Then once we get up here, we want to remove these two. We need to let the steam out so it cools down. This erupting is fine. This area is already H2, but it's locked. We gotta rebuild this to reset the temperature. We're gonna rebuild the tiles. We're gonna redo the water that's here. So this is 5, 6 times 4.5. We can add a little bit more water. I don't think we need to add too much more though. Okay. Let's try to build these. Let's do those. We got to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of these pipes. We're going to run it inside the tiles. And we will have to rebuild this. Alright, the steam's going to be able to leave, and then it's going to condense back into water. This shouldn't be running anymore. We're just relocating the tiles there. That works out pretty fine. So deconstruct, rebuild. Alright. Steam will eventually condense. Gotta build that still. Once we build that, I guess we could start building these tiles now. And then build this before we build the last tile on top. Okay, this is going to be waiting a little bit, but it should work out. I probably don't want to have that there, though. I regret not building ethanol boilers sooner. They look so cool in action. Oh, you mean the ethanol cooling loops? Those are pretty nice. I feel like those are slept on. But that's also at the same time, it's kind of hard to get ethanol on every planet. You get it more now with some of the new story traits, but yeah, ethanol cooling loops are pretty cool. Well, it's not an ethanol cooling loop. Does plywood make ethanol? That's a good question. Looks like it does not. Wood into ethanol, specifically wood. Pips are mad strong, man. I got ethanol boilers sitting between my cooling loop and my hot petroleum going to my base. Probably would have melted my base, but otherwise, huh? Dude, ethanol, man. I mean, well, what do you mean by ethanol boiler? I'm thinking about the when you boil the ethanol and it becomes a gas, and then you cool it back down immediately so that you get the state change magic. Because gas and liquid have different values, so that the same temperature becomes a gas that has lower. That, yeah, okay, so you are running that design. Yeah, that's a really good design. It's kind of finicky, kind of like the self-cooling setup, but it has a lot more what do you call that? Room for error. Plywood does work in the ethanol distiller. Oh, okay, so it's just not updated in the database. Okay. Shout out to Zarek. You can use plywood for it. I see you, I see you. So it does what the steam turbine does without the power generation. Yes. Except that you can't run it as hard as you could with the steam turbine. Because what it is that you need to be able to keep the temperature of the ethanol, well, not the ethanol, of the cooling tiles to be low. They're both wood tagged. Is it? Autosave lag. Wood. Wood, okay. So it's really just not updated in the database. I see, I see. We're gonna do this. They need to have that. I feel like Oni and naming schemes have been like the worst thing of all time. They are so bad with their naming. Let's make something called phosphorus that becomes phosphorite. And let's make the resources the same color. But then we're going to make different things require different forms of it. And like, okay, cool. All right, we got to rename it, man. It's so annoying. Let's make something called insulate. That's going to be the best material for insulated tiles. It's like, wait, but then it's like, it's insulate and insulation, same name. It's like, oh, okay, whatever. Let's make a new resource called resin. Wait, you already have that though, from the tree. It's like, oh, let's call it amber resin. And we'll call the other one iso sap. And it's like, dude, what are we doing? The naming scheme of this game, man. Like, goddamn, dude. Let's release plywood and make a new category called wood. So that the ethanol just makes sense. It's like, wait, hold up, man. But then you have something called wood. Yeah, it doesn't show the ethanol distiller or wood burner. It's basically, it needs to have the database needs an update, right? It's just, this isn't updated, is really what the problem is. Yeah, wood used to be renamed lumber, and we now would go back to lumber. It's like, dude, they have the weirdest kind of relationship, man. They do. Easily by far. The weirdest relationship with naming schemes. Using the word fertilizer for inputs that are not actually fertilizer. That's another one. That's another one. That's funny. You have to fertilize the plant with dirt, but there exists fertilizer. That's a good one. I never actually made that connection, though. That's a good one right there. Dude, this game, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that, though, sometimes. You hate to see it, but it is what it is. You just don't think it be like it is, man. Every time. And you don't use the fertilizer at the farming station. You make something called micronutrients. That's made from fertilizer. That's not what you need to fertilize with, but a standalone ingredient. Hey, man. This game. This game, dude. It really do be like that sometimes. Alright, let's mop this up. You know what it feels like? It kind of feels like, I don't know if they actually do this that way, but it makes me feel like it's like, this is very much a Korean thing, but they like to have translated words into English as the name of a brand, and it sounds good. Not understanding, though, that there is slang, and what they're trying to make into a brand name does not go well. Like, they were trying to make a tournament called the Fun Get. It's where you get together and have fun. and the English speakers are like, you can't name it like that, because you say it a little too fast. It's not right. And oh man. And then it's like they come up with another brand name. It's called Grab Itty. And it's supposed to be a grab and go kind of like food company. Grab Itty. Dude, man, it's like they have this problem where they just immediately go for something because it sounds right, but they don't understand the translation. Yeah, it was supposed to be a play on the word gravity, but they changed the V to a B because it's like merchandise and food grab and go. And it's like, yeah, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. It really do be like that sometimes. Maybe you hate to see it, man, but hey, man, they're the ones that are making the names like that. Anyways, that's what it sounds like, man. They don't have anyone vetting any of the words, nor do they have a system for the scheme. It's kind of just gonna wing it, man. It sounds good. I think that's good. Hey, you like that? I like that. All right, man. We'll go for that as the name. Like, there's no proofreaders. I don't know what the word is for that type of job, though. But it's like, yeah, man, things get lost in translation all the time. All right, we need to move out the items. We're going to rebuild this without leaking out any of the steam. And then we'll rebuild everything and get it done again. I have the unstoppable urge, but I don't know. Do it. Why not? Ethanol boilers are nice, dude. I feel like they are slept on. So having someone in chat going, I'm gonna do this, I'm like, dude, go for it, man. It's gonna be awesome. Because honestly, man, gotta increase the representation, man. You gotta increase the representation. All right, we're gonna do that so that we build everything and have it pop up. Thinking it'd be interesting to have a game between Oni and Noida, simulation-wise. There'd be Oni sequel they're making, slightly more granular gases, single 2P plan. Oh, away team. So in the away team, the one thing that's the biggest thing is they're going away from the grid. The one tile entity. Because one of the things we saw was a pipeline from here to here, and it was directly diagonal. Is one of those things where I feel like that's all we see. I wonder what else they have in store. But I really do think it's going to be a small game that's really to kind of like, it's going to be a game they're going to develop. But I feel like it's a great time to kind of test out a new engine. And if they do release it and it works, I could see them using that as kind of like the base for their new games. Like if you were to create your own game engine, that would make a lot of sense. That you would want to test it out. It is the grid though. I mean, you could have a grid, but then not have to have everything snapped to it. It's kind of like the basis of like having the grid and everything revolves around it, and then having the grid that you could sometimes interact with. It's no longer going to be the foundation. That's what I'm hoping for. That you could have the grid just as kind of like guidelines, but then you play without it. Because you're going to need a grid for positioning. That kind of makes sense. Like where on the map, this is at, this is that, this is at. But not be constrained by it so that everything has to be within the grid. But I mean, it depends, right? I think it's going to be them playtesting a new engine. But who knows? I'm excited for it. Dude, that'd be funny if that was young George. That'd be really funny. Physics works on the grid, but the pipes and the wires could run diagonally and not have to be at the right angles. Yep. Probably new engine or modified. I'm hoping it is. Because that means that we're going to be getting sequels to all Clay games. Don't Starve 2? Oni 2? Kind of curious, man. Alright, we're going to be working on that. It's almost done. And then this is almost done too. I would want that up top. Let's get that locked in. But do they have a reason to do that or just keep pumping out DLCs? It would be a move for the long term, I feel like. It'd be a move you would do for the longevity of the franchise. Because if you're able to have your own game engine, you're not at like the mercy of your new game engine. And this could have been a response to what you all remember, the Unity fiasco that happened like a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We're going to... That was when Unity was like, we're going to start charging everyone that's had more than 100,000 sales, and they're going to have to retroactively pay us. You remember that? It might have been, that's when the, you know, okay, we got to make a new engine. We can't rely on them anymore. And it's now a thing where it's like, if they try to do something or someone else try to do something like that, that, you know, we're already prepared. That way they could add the features they would want to have. It would be a lot cheaper than to have to pay someone to maintain the engine, like a third party, and not have exactly what you want. Right? So that's what I'm thinking. Like, it all kind of lines up. That guy that came up with the idea was the same guy that tried to pitch to Activision, hey, we could do a microtransaction in Call of Duty where every time you reload, we give you the instant pay $5 instant reload instead of having to do the animation and continue shooting. And even the corporate bigwigs are like, nah, dude, you actually out of your mind, and they didn't do it. I believe he was the same dude that tried to pitch that idea. A microtransaction to instant reload that would pop up while you're like playing Call of Duty. So that you would have the option of paying for instant reload. And the logic was that the player is so, you know, in the dogfight that they're not even going to think about it and just, you know, hit the, you know, microtransaction button. And even they were like, yeah, nah, man. What the heck is this? They were like, dude, that's too much, man. I don't know about that. That comes a lot from like, that is 100%. He's probably not wrong. There's probably some form of like psychology to it. But it is so gross. That just sounds so gross, man. Hey man, I'm new to this mission. What do you do with zombie spores there? Oh, I see. So, we have these guys called biobots. This is what happens when you get the parasitic mushroom spore that typically feast on the ants and other insects of the world. They would release the spore and have a mind control aspect, growing a little spore horn on top of the insect and taking control on its body. This microorganism fungi is very parasitic and requires a host in order to thrive. These mushrooms will and then take over the critter and release even more spores to cause a chain reaction. A lot of the insects of the world already know about this and will abandon said infected insect buddies and leave them to decay in the wild. As a result, we take advantage of this phenomenon, and instead of giving it an alive host, we give it a steel body. This steel body has the upsides of steel melting at a whopping 2,426 Celsius, giving these little spore critters a body of their own. Instead of wondering if they could, we wonder why not. And we give these spores the ability to walk. Too drunk fam. Hey man. Sounds like your Patriots lost last night, huh? Sounds like you made some betting on the sports bowl and maybe, you know, maybe you didn't cash out. They don't think be like it is, man. Drink some water around there. You'll thank me tomorrow. You know, biobots kind of remind me of those transparent backpacks. You just carry the small dog. They do. They do. Instead of having a cat or dog, though, you have a mushroom. Oh, shoot. They have magma ball. Yeah, man. They're nice. It's because the magma is only... Well, here's the thing. I had one of these guys. You could see that they're like 1,000 degrees. Come back out and started jumping in the water. I started panicking, man. I was like, oh no, this is gonna break. So I have to lock them in. This store prevents them from coming back out. So you have to, you know, do a little precautionary setups. But yeah, they be hot, man. They be swimming in the magma. But yeah, we lock them inside, make it so that they have to go in and work that way. And then, you know, it all works out. Alright, we're vacuuming this room because we can. Even evil mind control critters deserve to become slaves to the colony. Dude, man, it'd be like that sometimes. You gotta understand, in the world of Oni, humanity's already lost. They were just trying to use whatever they can to survive. Right? They were just using whatever they can to survive, man. Humanity has long been lost. So they're just trying to make it out, man. This gives me some ideas. Can I ship 100 biobots on a rocket to the magma planet? Yes and no. So these guys have a battery pack on them. Right? Now the problem is that they're gonna die probably before you get there. Now, I say yes is because these guys are the same thing as a rover. So you could literally build a rover module. Do I have one? Not the trail, but yeah, the rover module. Make it out of steel. That makes the resulting rover basically this. They're going to be made out of steel too, so they won't melt. And then they're going to do the same task as a biobot. So the only downside is that you could only fit so many rover modules on a rocket, but you could do exactly that. So you could literally have a rocket ship with like 5 rover modules. Don't even land. Drop off the rovers because you could do it without landing and then fly back. Refill it, send another 5. And just keep adding more and more and more. So it's like you technically have that option. It's not the same thing, but it kind of is. I never saw these robot fungi dudes. Is that Oni or another game? This is Oni, dude. This is just something a lot of people don't use a lot of times. It's very... So the biggest problem with these guys is that they don't do everything that's in the game. They could only do some of the tasks. Like, they cannot build insulated tiles. They can't. They could build regular tiles, though. They cannot build the mechanized airlock, but I think they could build a normal pneumatic door. So their job choices are already kind of limited. And then they're also basically level 1 dupes. They move at the slowest speed that you start off with at 0. Right? So there's no bonus move speed. There's no real way to move them like RimWorld. You know how in dupes you have a move to command? You can't really force them to move, so it's kind of hard to manage. So it kind of sucks in that regard. But outside of that, I guess they do the jobs. It kind of works out. They are exactly rovers, 100%. You got that. They can't dig hard metal. Nope. They're basically level 1 dupe, dude. Yeah. It's like they're playing their own game and they don't have anything they could really do. But yeah, I'm using them for the pitcher pump because we don't have to feed them. They could literally do the work on the timer. They're always there. It's kind of nice. All right, let's let this rock. Let's build the metal tile. How is this? We're waiting for that to be built. Can you rebuild, resupply them? So, no. When they die, they become a pile of steel. You see that right there? Why is there seacomb leaf in here? What the heck? What else is in here? That's illegal. That's organic. Dude, 1100? Take that out of here, man. What we doing? We don't talk about the steel. That's for another day, man. For another day. Thank you. Pulling out the grass before it gets burned. But yeah, when they run out of batteries, you can't add a new one. They just fall down and become a pile of steel. So it's like, not really. You just have to make a new one straight up from the Biobot builder. Dude, I did not know there was moving items inside that. Hey, man. Y'all ever heard of nanobots? These guys are just gonna fuse together and become Optimus Prime. I am. It's gonna be part of this build once we get it done. I guess we could add water right now. The Prime Biobot. Yeah, man. It's gonna look just like this bin and announce that it's gonna be the Prime Minister of all Biobots in the country of Biobot Buildaria, with this as its crown. Oh, what? That's a perfect crown, dude. Let's go. Yeah, man. It'd be like that sometimes. 33 kgs. Power wires connected. It's looking pretty good. Oh, no way. I removed the ladder and they picked up everything? How? There is no debris inside from when I deconned the ladders. I'm not even mad, dude. I'll take it. 66 divided by 4, it's what, 15? Yes, they can. So I had to lock out this door. So once the biobots go in, they can't leave. Because the moment they come out and they're hot, they could boil my liquid lock right here. And that would suck. I guess you could argue you could just make the biobots haul something from a cold area into a hot area. And they're technically cooling the area. In a weird way. Alright, nice. We're gonna do this. We have the coolant radiant pipe inside, so it looks pretty good. We're just gonna decon it, sweep out the items, and seal it back up. Power line's already connected. We're not gonna be too efficient with this. We're gonna be fine. Still adding water. Alright, so we leave that alone. We just gotta fill up the bottom. This is ready. I will want to get some water inside again. It is kind of hot though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could do an ice temperature plate, but we probably won't. Yeah, we'll just do a bottle of water. Let's get one of these. Okay. Igneous relocate. 66. All right, and then we get the seal in soon. Let's bump these up to a 7. So we actually get some brine filling this up today. We're vacuuming this room to be a little bit min-max. I guess we should also do this tile. So that we don't have water on the top level. You know what? For uniformity, we're going to do all mesh. Alright, so the logic is that we hold 2 tanks of salt water while we desalinate it. Water comes out here. And then we run that water coming out into here. This is going to be added in via the bridge. And then that insulated pipe's going to go down and over from the side. I'm probably going to want to run it here. And I'll probably need to get ladder, and then dig this out. Adding in... Moved it out. Let's get the seal. Only at 66 still. Okay, gas levels. We're getting good. Get good. Okay. So the only big thing is going to be kind of mad. There's going to be a big chance that this tile has a gas in it. That's why I can't seal this up. And then I won't be able to sweep out the item unless I put another sweeper there, which is fine, I guess. Alright, this is ready. Oh, he's moving it nice. Let's get our seal in. Power line, automation line, pipeline looks good. Steel looking nice. Everything looks fine. Okay, I got 3 biobots doing the magma stuff. So the solution would be to build a tile here. But then I would jam these guys. I guess we could do this. And then we could decon this tile. And then we're just gonna have to sweep it diagonally. Alright, let's build this side first. Still waiting to fill it up, so it's fine. Let's check out the H2. Let's move out the items here. Bump these out. Let's get a bottle of water. This is gonna connect. And then now that we're running the radiant pipe through the insulated tile, we should not have that boil thing happen anymore. It's also ceramic now. And then this is going to allow us to sap a little bit of the power. Because this is going to be too much, right, from 500. So the logic is going to be is that once we could start pumping up the steam and we get to this is going to be cooler because we're doing the drip on this tile. Which means this is going to be 95. And then that's going to cool this to below 125. And then once we pump it up, we run that over itself to lower the overall 500 degrees. We should have the hydrogen leave about 160. And then that's going to cool this down, but we're still going to have enough heat to generate power and then run itself. Wow, you gave me a single drop of water. This is like a dad joke. Hey, let me get 1 second. And then they count 1 second. I just want a little bit of water. They gave me a drop. Yo, man. My dupes think they funny, man. They really do. God damn it, dude. Alright, we got the ladders in. We will need another ladder here. And then we'll start digging. I think I'll need a dig in order to have this reach the corner anyways. That got built. And yes. I can't reach because I just can't reach in general. That's fine. Alright, we're still gonna wait to see if the water does the thing or not. I'm hoping the gas just leaves. Alright. Autosave lag. It's like 1 bite, half the burger's gone. Dude, I saw that on YouTube. It's like one of those couples challenges. And what they do is they'd be like, hey sweetie, let me get a bite of food. And you're like, okay. And it's like, that's my bae. I'm not gonna deny her food. And then she takes a bite and it's like half the burrito. And you're like, dude, what the You know what I'm saying, man? Like, dude, that was all of the burger. What are you doing? I've seen that, man. There's another one where it's the same thing, but it's a drink. It's like, oh, you got boba? And they drink half of it. And it's all ice at the end. You're like, wow. I got done up, dude. They did me up. I can't believe they done this. Alright, sealed. We still need brine. We have brine, right? I just want to make sure. Alright, 212. I got a meme strat that might work. No, probably doesn't. Alright, got the triple brine. Looking nice. Still building out the pipeline there. I guess we could get started with this line. We would probably have to do it here. A little bit unsafe, but, you know, should be okay. And then we gotta fill up the liquid line. The direct, I didn't check, but yeah, there needs to be a direction here. Everything looks good. Whoa, you're delivering the steel? Oh, no, dude. You guys are banned again. Dude, they're taking the steel from the base and just adding it in. Dude, my dupes. What are you guys doing, man? Now the entire block is freaking steel. God damn it. I mean, it went from 600 to 500 degrees, technically. But, god damn it, dude. That was not supposed to happen. Dude, I almost have 69 420. I don't think we get it, though. Alright, just build this. And then the hydrogen is fine, and then we just gotta seal it up. We are gonna unplug that, so it can't run yet. Alright, so 1200 is max mass. It's gonna drip here and then push up this tile. Spill left, spill right, and then nothing's gonna happen, right? Problem is this gas flow. No matter how we do this, I feel like we have to bop that tile. Yeah. No, I think the gas is going to be here. Because this gas pushes up. But then there's going to be gas here because there has nowhere to go. We'll have to see, though. I want to see how that kind of, like, how the cookie crumbles. Maybe you're right. Maybe it works out, man. But yeah, this tile with gas on the right is going to be the problem. Is the brine spills accidental liquid log? Kind of. That's not really a big deal, though. If there's no gas here, I'd be fine. Let me do this. You were trying to empty a room into a vacuum and it sucked other chambers due to diagonal connection. That shouldn't happen. That should never happen. Separated by time. Yeah, that should not happen. It shouldn't. So a gas pump, when you're pumping, pumps in a plus sign shape. From the bottom left tile. Alright, this is a 2x2. This plus center spawns on the bottom left of it. So that tile, you get a plus shape. That's how it pumps gas. It will take all 5 tiles if it can, and then get gas from it. Now, there should be no way that you could pump through a wall. That should not be possible. You had a diagonal wall. So... you would still not be possible to do that, because it'd be these tiles, right? That should still not be possible, because this is solid. The same gas shouldn't matter. Maybe you had an airflow somewhere, or something weird going on. Yeah, your direct connection like that, right? There should be no way to do a pump that way. Because even if you put it here, it should be like this. That shouldn't happen, man. That shouldn't happen. In a normal situation, I guess the thing I would say is, can you recreate that? Oh, it worked! No way! The gas got pushed up. Let's go. Okay. If you can recreate it, yo man, big props. That'd be the big props right there, man, if you can. Wait, hold on, man. We gotta seal this first. We got a little bit of spillage, it's fine. You observe that gases could transfer mass to that should not be a thing. The reason why I say that specifically is that we used to do something called vacuum walls. And the way to do it is in a checkerboard pattern, where you have that exact diagonal setup that you're talking about. And we would keep these in vacuum because it's easier to build diagonally when you're doing vacuum layers. And that's a very popular speedrun strat as well. That should not happen. Even though that shouldn't change anything. Like, if anything, you might have discovered a new exploit, which is why I'm asking if you could recreate it. Because if you can, and you could tell us the parameters of that, we could see what's really trying to happen. But for the most part, yeah. It could be also this game, if you let it run longer than 6 hours without save loading, it starts breaking itself. So that is another thing. If you just play the game non-stop, the game has something called memory loss. And you get basically accumulated memory loss that doesn't dump out because you need to exit the game. Yeah, they're even with displacement, you shouldn't be able to go through diagonally. Which means basically you have this built, you have gas on this side, you have this built, and then you build this with gas and it pushes through. That should not happen as well. But if it is, you've been playing a long time without actually quitting the desktop and, you know, doing that, you could have accumulated memory loss that happens anywhere after 4 hours of non-stop playing, and then you you know, never, you know, leave the game. Noted. Might have been tired though and just missed one of the tiles. Or maybe one of the tiles were airflow or mesh. And you couldn't tell because of the true tiles. You downloaded true tiles. And then you were like, oh yeah, it's a tile. My dupes are walking on it. It seems legit. And then they just pumped it out. Could be a lot of things now. But you can bead pump push gas diagonally. No, bead pumping is vertical pushing. Like, you're just speeding up flow of gas. It should not bypass diagonal stuff. Memory leak, yep, Ian knows. Not sure if I understood that, but I'm pretty sure diagonal submerged bombs used diagonal door displacing compressors were a thing. The build you're talking about, Dark Iraq, is a different build. There used to be a diagonal door setup for this, but not because it did anything with the spawn. I see you, Mental Thrall. Have a good one. We'll see you next time. Russell Razizi. Don't stay up too late, man. But you know what? Oni is a good time. But yo, man, we'll see you next time. Be good, stay safe out there, man. The door compressor thing that you were talking about, there used to be a glitch. And someone showcased the glitch by making a Hydra, a 3x3 stack, and then they did a weird door system that looked like this. And then the doors were opening and closing in a weird pattern. And they were doing heat transfer. And what would happen is that this door would get colder and reach the temperature of this door, but this door's temperature never changed. And the logic was, how they explained it was, they were duplicating the temperature and applying it on another entity, and they were using that to a high enough degree to liquefy the oxygen you were generating immediately upon electrolyzing. It was a weird build, and that setup was kind of to showcase how the design works. I don't know if that's the same thing you were looking at, but it sounds kind of like that. But yeah, it was a weird door diagonal. I don't know if it still works because it's an exploit, beyond exploit. Natural gas compression. Oh, okay, that's the doors in a line setup, right? And then you just run a buffer so that when this closes, everything closes in sequence and it pushes everything in one direction. There's another one where you run a loop. Only a single door. Oh, yeah. I know why that one. When a door closes, if it can, it splits the gas to both rooms. That's what it was doing, I think. I think I've seen that one you're talking about, but that shouldn't have been like proper diagonal. Isn't one of the tiles like mesh with oil on it in the tile? Yeah, there's a droplet on the door, right? I think I've seen that one. It's like a weird setup where this side's normal, and then there's like a mesh tile here, and then there's a drop of oil here, and then it opens and closes and pushes it in, something like that. Gas res that buff, yeah, that was big. Yeah, there's a droplet, crude oil droplet. Yeah. So yeah, that's the. It's basically doing. It's not proper diagonal because of the water being there. But yeah, I've seen that one design. It's technically something different. All right, adding the waters. Oh, the vac is done. Let's go. Let's get rid of this. We are not going to need that line. We are going to pull a new line to the bottom. Vent line's going to get removed. And pressure vent. Yeah, just door compressor. Just a normal door compression setup. Nothing to see here. Damn it, this tile's in the way. Alright. I'm so worried. Oh, I know. We could just move this bin here. Yes. Oh, it's not enough. Okay, we just decon this, right? There we go. Oh, that's igneous, though. So these guys cannot use move 2. So we are going to instead make a new storage bin. Because I got to build a tile there. Autosave line. Can y'all start hauling the steel one time? There we go. Build the obsidian tile there. We need to open these 2 tiles so that we can release all the stuff out. Alright, that works, that works. Little lumblet, we're not going to take them. Lucky that gas don't displace cross tiles. I've killed zombie spores so many times. Use that. Yeah, that's the strat, man. The bop zombie spores safely. That is indeed the strat. Damn, these guys are moving like a shadow. It's like when Akuma does the raging demon. There's like a lag frame. Hey, nice. So now we bop this tile, that tile. I believe I do need this to be a tile. And then we could deconstruct the liquid vent afterwards. We will run brine inside. Okay, this is pretty clean. Just gonna move the stuff out. Okay. Alright, so now we could stand here. These tiles are kind of hot. And then pull the stuff out, deconstruct the stuff out. Just need a little bit more water. We're gonna have it. And then it's just going to overfill, push everything out. Okay, this is good. This is good. Spillage. That's good. Alright, vent line, pipeline. And then we're gonna have to sweep everything out. Okay. We have the sweeper here now. He's gonna be able to pick up the item. Shale iron. We're gonna hit that with a sweep. Like I said, we're gonna hit that with the sweep. Sweep only. Shale iron. Pick up the items. Let's go. Okay. And we're good. What's going on, Ghosty? Welcome in. How are you? Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you had a good one. I mean, it's a Monday, man. Hopefully the Mondays were good. But yo, man, welcome in. This should be done. Nice. Try and tame the first slush geyser. Nice. Good stuff, man. A lot of it has to do with understanding the proper steps. I'm not going to spoil anything though, but slush geysers are like the lifeblood of a lot of colonies. They're just really good. They is be the really good geysers. Not gonna lie. But yo man, hope you're enjoying the Onis. Oni's a great time. We play a lot of it over here. My cooling loop is eating 5 Celsius from saltwater boiler. I'm super tempted to throw in a bead pump, maybe stick some naphtha at the bottom. Hey man, you can. Oni's always been a game of, should I do this? Nah, it needs to be a game of, could I do this? That's what it is, man. I have no slush geyser. Dude, my pinch of pepper nuts gets it from Steam, dude. Let's go. The Steam feeds my pepper nuts and keeps it nice and hot. 500 Celsius, my man. You gotta get one of those, man. The radiator design keeps breaking with 2 grams of water in it somehow. Gotta make a filter. The radiator design keeps breaking with 2 grams of water somehow. Wait. You're doing a radiator design, 2 grams of water in it? So the radiator design is when you do the zigzag up and down with radiant pipes. And that keeps breaking with water inside. Am I understanding that correctly? This is the game I actually do domestic arbitrary seeds. Hey man, I said that and we did it. We got him, boys. My seed has natty gas below the base. I have that tamed and I'm using polluted water, but somehow water keeps sneaking into the line. Oh. That. So you have this. And you're saying water gets inside the room or inside your pipeline? For the radiator. Ah. Go on your polluted water geyser and hit F4, which is material overlay, and hit liquid. You might have something like this. You see this? That's pea water. But you don't see it. There is a thin layer of water on top. And you just can't see it. Like, you know, you wouldn't notice. So you might have that weird situation. Now, this is normally a good thing. A little bit of water on top. Because it normally stops the polluted water from off-gassing. At the same time, though, if you start pumping it, you're going to be pumping at the bottommost. So you might have this situation where you don't see the water on top because it's trace amount. And you're just pumping the pea water thinking it's clean. For somehow a small amount of non-polluted water taken to my water line. Yep, that might be the reason why. Trying to use the pea water for a metal refinery. Ooh, that's tough. Metal refinery goes through 400 kilograms per smelt. So the problem with that is... every time I think I had it, it comes back. Oh, I'm probably going to have to see this. So what probably is happening is... if you have water freeze... or no, it's probably going to be boil because you're going to be using a metal refinery, right? Metal refinery is hot. If you make iron, this adds 79 degrees Celsius to the crude oil. If you use like polluted water and you reuse it, so you loop it into itself too many times, you might get the water coming out as steam, and then it solidifies back down into regular water. And as a result, you get that water popping out of the pipeline. But yeah, I would have to see a screenshot, man. It's hard to really guesstimate what's going on there. But yeah, water is either breaking from a pipe and falling down, or you have something boiling and then you're repairing it because the dupes have auto repair on. And then it's like you're not able to see where it's coming from because the problem is fixed by the time you notice it. But yeah, I would have to see what's going on with that. There could be a lot of reasonings. It could be your meta refinery. If you're running a radiator over the natty gas, this is technically above 150 and water boils above 100. So that might be potentially why. Eventually is going to get to the point where it boils. If you have individual hot tiles, if these tiles, even if it's insulated, is above 100, you get a chance of boiling. And then another thing is abyssalite does do heat transfer. So if you have hot abyssalite, that will boil water. But yeah, there's something going on. Or if you didn't sweep the floor, that's another big one. If you don't sweep the floor, you might have ice that's sitting inside the tub. And a little bit of it melts, and ice is water is lighter than pea water, so it always floats to the top. So if you have ice inside, that could be another reasoning. Currently, it's dumping into a liquid res, then back into the meta refinery. Ice melted in the polluted water, but yeah. It shouldn't be hard to purge. So if you click on a reservoir, if you have mixed contents, it always alternates. So even if you have 4 tons of pea water and then 500 kilograms of oil and 500 kilograms of oil, it's going to loop through all 3 individually. So it's going to go pea water, oil, water, pea water, oil, water, pea water, oil, water, until the other liquids are gone. And then it's only going to be pea water because that's what you have the most of, right? So you could try to do that because it's always going to alternate. You could also make a filter. I have something called a mechanical filter right here that allows me to filter out all my CO2 that I'm pumping at the bottom of my map. You know, suits get released and then CO2 dumps down. Sometimes I get CO2 getting pumped down. You see the oxygen right there. That gets filtered. And then all the CO2 gets dumped into my CO2 room here. And it's been clean. It's only been CO2 in the reservoirs. So you can actually run a mechanical filter so that you don't have to spend power on that. But yeah, I have that issue over on this side. From time to time, this will get clogged and I want to automate it. I just haven't gotten to there yet. But yeah, man, little things like that, especially if you have a little bit of OCD with how you want things to be nice and clean in rooms that you're going to close off forever. That little bit of items inside will get annoying. Because you're going to be like, oh man, god damn it. You do that kind of filter. I think I was wanting to watch your vids. Hey man, I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. If your dupe makes a mess, hey man, you want to know a secret? This water right here, this is a testament to how well I manage my colonies. This was not an error. This is a flex. I could live in a colony like this and have water here and it will always be clean. Let's go, boys. Gotta have the flex. I see you though, not some maps. That showed how much more energy efficient they are. Need to do that kind of filter, I think. One of your vids, like a gas filter versus automated line. There is, so this is the powerless one, called the mechanical filter. You have a proper filter, right? The, liquid filter. There is another one where you do it with a shutoff. Right here. The shutoff is only 10 watts. But this is something for other things too. So I'm doing a temperature check right here. Thermal sensor. So once it's above 25, we let the water out. You're going to be active soon, I guess. This is warming up a little bit. We might want to cool this down a little bit. Maybe we do 26. Have it balance out a little more. Temperature is fine though. But yeah, they are really good. But at the same time, there are downsides. Like this only moves out 999, not a full 1000, because you could only lower it to 1. So you really, to safely do it, you would want to use single pump instead of 2, because single pump is 500. That way you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, you do shut off, you do filter. Another problem with this design is that you gotta have the overflow always be empty. And if it doesn't empty, it kind of jams the build and you stop pumping. So that kind of sucks. So you gotta have a way to consume the other gases you're not filtering. And then there's another one where it's kind of the same problem for the shutoff. Because if you run into that issue with a proper filter that uses the 120 watts, it just doesn't run anymore, which means you don't get mixed gases anywhere or anything weird like that. But if you can manage those aspects with the overflow gas, it's going to be better every time. All right, I think we could remove these now. Yeah, nothing inside the tiles. Long time ago, I tried to shut off, felt buggy, but also at some point it made it work somehow. Shut offs is buggy, technically, because of how late game lag does affect it. But it's good enough. It's good enough. I'm not mad about it. I can't be too mad about it. All right, I think this is done. Wow, I think this is done. We just need to get power here. So we just need to get a new power line. Everything up here is being used. I need a new power line. We do have a lot of power on the right side. Could we bop? I think we could. Oh, that's on that line. Anyways, need to get back to it. Just wanted to say hi. Since your vids have been helping me along with the others, might make it to the servers this time. Yo, man, have fun with the game. Take your time. Go at your pace. If you run into any other problems, man, and you want to ask me live, go ahead. I'll be happy to help. If it does get complicated, though, I might require you to give me a screenshot so I can see, you know, what I'm looking at. But yeah, man, have fun with the game. Don't get frustrated if you do. That's when I would recommend to ask for help or advice, depending on what you're looking for. And yo, man, have fun in your journey. This game is like an onion. You're gonna talk about it and people are gonna be like, man, your breath smells. Nah, for reals though, this is a lot of layers. So, yo, man, once you get deeper into the game, there's gonna be even more questions you're gonna be curious about. So let me know. I got you. Otherwise, have fun and go at your pace, man. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you for being one of the watchers of my videos. I want to take this line, which means I got to redo one of these lines, which is not too bad. I just got to pull a transformer from over here, which I think we could do. We do have the transformers up here that we'd start pulling. And this is only a 240 route. I guess I could try to pull more. We could take this line and upgrade it to the other line. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. Let's run the lead line here. We have the double feed. And then we'll pull it off of there. And then once that connects, that take care of the suit. And then we could take this line and run it straight down. Now, we don't really need to keep it like this. We'll keep it like that. And then we could run this through. Okay, and then that's going to be for the AQ line. That works. Beware the voles. Voles are interesting, man. Best food source in the game. Not without their downsides, though, of course. Technically, best food source in the game. They're really nice. Again, though, not without their problems. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. Can I run the other lines on this, or is that going to be a problem? I guess that's what I'm curious about. Because this is what? 480, 480... 1200. That's an aqua tuner. If this AQ runs, I can't have the other one run at the same time. Alright, we'll balance that out later. Dude, they do, man. The worst thing about them is how much food they actually eat. It's impressive. No, the bot died. Alright, so now this is gonna be pretty good. The next thing I think I want is this. Hold up. I guess we do this. And we round this off a little bit and bop these tiles. And then leave that free. Okay, that could kind of work. Yeah, all right, so we're gonna do another weird setup here that I feel like kind of makes sense. We're gonna do another room here of just reservoirs. All right, logic with this is simple. We'll do the same thing. We're just going to use up the space, and then it's going to make it less area for the dupes to move. And then we'll be able to grow our plants right here. So we're going to have the water do a temperature check. If it is below a certain temperature, we allow it to leave. And then once that leaves, it's going to go into here. And then we're going to run a 2-thick setup. And then from here, we have this filled with water. And we're going to sweep the hot steel out into here. We're going to take the temperature. We're going to take this water that we cool down to run it through. And then that's going to be a little bit of spot cooling. And then that's going to be how we move, how we temper the steel. And then we're probably gonna have the sweeper inside. Yeah. And then the water's gonna end up going up top. And then we'll likely want to run the water feed like that. That comes in from probably inside the insulated. So we could go in back and then go straight up. Do you need to close the lower right corner of the metal brine cooler right here? Yeah, we probably could. I don't need to sweep anything out anymore, so it should be safe. All right, let's go to construction. Let's build out the power line first. That's going to be later on. Technically, these should be more priority. Right, this is good. So this should be ready. Autosave flag. All right, self-cooling. Steam's getting released. All right, so this is no longer at 160. However, we're not generating enough heat anymore, so we have to do a jump start. So we got to jump start this. It's fine, it's fine. Someone will run the wheel. Okay, we are likely going to want that to be a tile. And then we're going to make this the water box. So I think we do that idea. And then I guess we do want metal tiles. Now we don't. I think we just do maybe mesh tiles. Weird concept. Half mesh, half not. Expose this layer? No temp shift plates. We just have it sitting in the water. Should be fine, should be fine. We shouldn't need this power line anymore. And then we're gonna have nice wires. Okay, so we're gonna have, what is this? 12, 20, 12, 10. There is literally no other wire on this. Okay. I might be able to do something jank here. We might do something where we take this power line that we're getting from here, this volcano, and run that into one of the desalinators, and then have these two combine into this one. Because that's what? 6, 7, 20. And then this is 12, 10. That's 1940. 1930. And then it's like we just have the 480 to kind of deal with, which is probably the play. We just got to get a transformer set up here. That probably means we bop this, put that there. And then this is kind of weird, but it would work. We would pull it through the joint plates. That'd probably be the weirdest thing. And then this is kind of warm. We could put a planter box here. 2 for farm tile. Because I'm thinking this is always going to warm up, right? Because of this steam box right there. So we could do something like this. Maybe run lead tiles here. And then run small transformer. Because we have a heavy watt wire right here. Cancel that, run that down. And then we could run this. And then this becomes backside setup. We could run these two up the front, which means we run that here. And then we get a Weezwar right here. And then that stops this from warming up, stops the heat from the transformer. And then we solve the power here. Yeah, that's probably the play. Not bad, not bad. Let's get rid of the ladders here. So we start building out the rest of the stuff. Go through this one. Dig that. Sweep these. And we want to dig this. Power wire is mostly done. Oh, we still got to do the top. That was what you were talking about, right, Naps? If you guys don't know Nonstop Naps, this guy's actually just narcoleptic. He owns a goat farm. And randomly, all the goats would hang out with them and just nap together. And then one day, he had something called the legendary sofa. He napped on the sofa, and when he woke up, there was a goat next to him. So he just woke up, checked the ear tag on the goat, and oh, that's Leonard. And he just let Leonard go to sleep. He went outside, got some food, came back in. He checked the ear tag again. It was not Leonard. It was a different goat. And he was like, okay. And then every time he went to check the sofa, it was a different goat. Somehow, that day, every goat went to sleep on that sofa. And he thought to himself, wow, this sofa has got to be the greatest of all time. Which ends up spelling out GOAT, G-O-A-T, greatest of all time. So he dubbed that sofa legendary. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that though sometimes. This naps guy really likes his naps, man. What can I say? Alright, man, my dude's slacking it though. Best sofa ever. He got it on Craigslist. He didn't have much faith in it, but you know what, man? That little sofa did well. These actors, I was like, man, we spilling water? What's going on here? No, that's fine. Alright, ladders are gone. We could do these two. Try to get everything built. Yo, even this guy's helping out. This Bilebot, what a stud. He's working, man. He really is. He doesn't want to get into the magma life. He's just trying to be as helpful as he can. This is how it is when you're working in corporate. And you're kissing ass on the big boss. It's like, boss, I'm not assigned here, but you know what? I'm gonna do it. Hoping to get that raise. He's gonna get put in the gulag still. This is how corporate America is, though. No matter how good of a job you do, you're still, man, disposable. They don't think be like it is, man. The Biobots doesn't know, though. One day he will. Though that might be the day he gets deconstructed. Of all the janky setups you did, I never thought you'd cross a conductive panel inside a heavy watt joint plate. It's a bridge. It's technically a bridge. This tile. It's one of the things that I didn't think was supposed to be possible, and when I realized that it is, I'm like, you know what, I'll do it sparingly, but you know what, I'll do it still. Because it looks like it shouldn't work, but it does. It's technically perfectly fine. I didn't do it anywhere else, huh? Technically, it should be fine. It does look pretty bad, though, I will say. Do look pretty bad, man. Do look pretty bad. Yeah, you just gotta be careful not to do the other wires. Otherwise, it'll start overloading. 100%. It'd be hard to tell, man. Alright, we will allow these guys... No, I don't want to yet. I'm a little worried. They're gonna start pausing the steel again. We gotta get this done, though, man. Well, Dupes is slacking it. Okay, the inside got done, so we could do this, right? So here. This goes down to here. We could cut this line now and cut that line. And then this is at 24, but that's because we have 10 suits. Otherwise, nothing else is on it. Only 3 suits will ever get gas at the same time. So we have space. We now run this line. 1935. And then we don't need this anymore. Because this is going to be on this transformer, which is coming off of these batteries. Alright, so now we have an empty line. This empty line is going to be what connects to the AQ line, which is on that line. This bottom line is going to get cut here. This is a emergency feed line. If we need the power, we could add it in. And then this should not be connected. Yeah. Then technically we want to disconnect this line. I think. Because this line's going to go down to the bottom 2. This is going to go up and in. This is going to go in from there. This goes into the bottom. Missing a wire. You'll never find... That's a good point, man. It's really hard to tell when that's actually a problem. Really hard to tell. I guess we could do something jank here where we just bop one of these power transformers to feed into the 1000 and then use the other half of the conductive wire into like a pump or something. I don't think we really need to that, but we can. So the bottom we're not going to connect. I will have this run. Get this starting to cool. Let's go for 24 degrees. It's already almost at 24 degrees. Pretty good. It's no water yet. This is going to be cooling line only when it's below. Let's go with... What temperature are we looking for here? So 5 to 30, right? Blossoms. 5 to 30. We'll go with 15 degrees, which means I'll probably want at least 15 here. We are running brine. It's not going to freeze, so we should be fine. So we'll do 16. You know what? 5 plus 30 divided by 2. 30, that's 17.5. We'll go 17. Right in the middle. Okay. And then here we're going to get cold water to start with. So we're going to just build some ice temperature plates. Okay, we shouldn't need this bin anymore. This is good. I will likely have to remove this tile. Feels bad. You know what? We'll try to keep it. Build out some of these tiles out so we get the proper room. While that is the proper room size, I think we extend this down here. And just have a little bit of elevated space here. This is gonna go in. We have to allow the dupes in to do the other stuff, which is fine. Still emptying out a lot of pea water that will eventually be this pump. Okay, so waiting for the AQ to rock. 1200, 720. I guess we could let this rock. Just because we're starting to get salt water coming out. One of them's not running, which is fine. Got a lot we need to build. We're gonna pump from this corner as well. Okay, probably gonna choose brine or salt water. That's what we have a lot of right now. Do that setup. All right, so we should be able to just chop this. So now the gas pump's at 120, which is exactly what we should have it at. It should never get hot anymore. Yeah, so it was literally, I forgot to build insulated here. And we should not get to above 125. Oh no, above 125 feels bad. 126, 124, 123. Did I change up my Atmos improperly? These tiles are slowly getting warm, but it should be alright. New printables. We don't need these guys. Pumping up the waters. So then, yeah, just goes into here. We store that filtered water for now before we want to run it through. Nice steam. Trying to get that cold temp in. Slowly, surely. And then we're just going to loop the water until we get to the desired temperature. This is going to be additional cooling, heat absorption for the steel. Cannot pick up. All right, can we do something like this? and then pick this up. You can do at least half of it, man. Please. Obsidian. Oh, my man died. Back to the steel you go. Feels bad. Alright, they should be able to do all that. Build out the pumps there. Got a little bit in. And then we're going to start vacuuming. Pressure vent. And a little bit of power. Cold box gonna get cold. Phosphorite. What? Please be able to relocate this. Thank you, Dizagi. Good stuff, good stuff. Just gotta get some brine temperature plates and then this is gonna be ready. Alright, so this is a little bit too warm. How do we want to temper the bottom half? It's about the same temperature from the top and bottom. This is a little bit cool, but it's not too cool. So the only option I think we have is to put a tile here. And then just bring in the brine ice. Like, what else can we really do? So that's going to be us pulling out the steel. The problem is that we can't have the steel rest within sweep range. So does that mean this doesn't work? Or no, we just have to put the tile somewhere. Yeah, so it's gonna be... I guess we have to build these out first. Let's get some water in here and we put some metal tiles, and then we'll have it shoot down to the bottom. And then we are going to be getting... How many tiles is this? 36. So both of these are going to be blossoms. And then we'll need another proper floor here, I suppose. We could go underneath. That's not too bad. And then we'll dig this down. Get rid of all the polluted oxygen at some point. Wheezewort already doing its job, dude. Pretty nice. Though the hot water in here is going to warm it up as well. Okay, so this is removed. Bottle drainer. Let's go. Alright, so it's this loader, this chute, that's the problem. This could pick up anywhere. We're just gonna put the shipping loader here. And we're just gonna run that in. And then we should be able to just put like some tiles here and stop it from being a thing. Actually, if we could put it directly center, that might be the play. Okay, Ooh, this got filled up fast. I'm starting to think, though, my colony is a little bit too large. And we need more dupes. It's all the ranching we're doing and supplying. I guess we could lock that door now. I didn't think about it. And then that means they're not going to supply these buildings anymore. Hatch ranch, feeding the hatches might be a problem. Because they're just adding igneous to the feeder boxes all day. Which in and of itself is a problem. How many critters are inside? 31, and we have 441. I hate to do this. We got to do a purge. So I'm using a droplet petroleum for a vacuum lock in my cool steam vent, and a piece of it keeps falling down over time. Why? I wish I could tell you, man. You know what it is? Oil is slippery. Yep, seems legit. So it just be slipping all the time, man. Totally legit. It just be slipping, dude. It's so cursed, it probably is. Could I actually run that on the same line? Oh, you know what I would want? A automation sensor right here. Hydro sensor. So we keep a little bit of water here. Everything here could be flooded, so it's fine. So I'm not dealing with the polluted oxygen because of these bottles. Until we get all the pea water from the ambient area. And we have to pump this up as well before we actually connect this. Oh, we're winning, boys. No, we're not. Man, are we winning? I thought we did because we took out more space. And then now I'm looking at it, the amount of steam here tripled. God damn it. Oh, I'm bleeding, guys. One of my mosquito bites is bleeding. I gotta get a band-aid. 1 sec, y'all. Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. I bought cheap off-brand band-aids. And goddamn, do I hate them. The packaging is the worst. I can't split the paper in half to open up the band-aid. Not the stuff on the band-aid itself, but the thing around it. I don't know what's the good brand name. I just know I bought the cheapest thing there. Dude, man, I got mosquitoes. So mosquitoes went away mid-December. And then for most of January, they were gone. And now, like, end of January, we got a heat wave. And it got up to, like, 90 Fahrenheit. And the mosquitoes immediately were back. Like, the moment it got hot. How do I know this? I killed multiple mosquitoes. And I was like, these guys, dude, god damn it. And then apparently we're gonna get another cold, what do you call that? It's not a heat wave, but it's cold. What do you call that? I don't know what the word is for that. The opposite of a heat wave. getting a cold front, cold snap. But we're getting reduced temperatures, so it's like I'm hoping that's gonna be, you know, bopping mosquitoes again. Because dude, this sucks. I hate these mosquitoes. Welcome in, Captain Jack. Ayo, Captain Jack. I see you over there, man. It's supposed to get up to 43 here tomorrow. Looking forward to some ice melting. Dude, man. We had 1 month of winter. I only had 1 month of peace from mosquitoes, dude. Mosquitoes, they suck. They suck in all the blood. God damn it, dude. They be sucking, man. They really is. No mosquitoes in there. I'm happy that they're not, dude. Mosquitoes not the business. Alright, we be pumping. The power of oil, dude. Maintaining the vacuum. This is like the guy that holds up the entire planet of Earth on his back. I think his name was Jesus. No, it's Atlas. My bad. Either way, though, man, this little bit of oil carries all the water in the world. Stops it from going into the black hole. That is the vacuum. Alright, still not enough, huh? Get a couple more temperature plates. This is minus 15. And then it works. We run the chute there. Okay. I don't. Ooh, why was this hot? Where'd you guys picking up this igneous? Oh, you guys are not picking it from in here, are you? You can't reach that. Where'd you guys get this hot igneous? I mean, it's not really that hot, but it's like that color makes me a little scared. They don't think be like it is, but it do. Yeah, it's a little bit warm. We'll do one brine temperature plate to cool it down this area. And then the big thing is hydroponic farms. We'll do at least that much for now. Whoa. That is pea water. That's not good. Alright, so the hydrogen should be fine. This is not even getting that hot yet. And then because we're able to run the gas over itself, it pumps out at 121, but it leaves at 185. So we're able to soak up a little bit more heat on the way out so that this doesn't get too hot. And we should be at a balance point now, where the amount of heat we're generating is offset by the turbine cooling. And then we're running it in the insulated pipes too, to keep it so that the insulated towels don't boil. I want to say that should be good. This is going to take forever. This is dormant. I want to go in and dig that tile. I feel like that's going to be wise. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, wow, they built this fast. Yeah, we're going to want to redo this pipeline 100% of the time. Just because of how we're going to have farms here. Well, we don't know how we're going to go up and down because we're going to have to connect to here. We're gonna readjust this ladder, go down this way. Maybe, maybe not. This is a weird sized room. Maybe we run it lower. We can reach that. Okay, cool. And then it's just getting rid of a lot of the waters right here. I might want to start using salt water for some of the stuff. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. So I'm pretty sure this is gonna work because we are running a temperature check loop. It's just getting this ready and then storing the cold water there. And then we'll start feeding the bristle blossoms. And then that's gonna be all the salt water. And then we just gotta use up all the pea water before hooking this up. After that, we got the gold to do in this proper volcano. We'll try to do... Oh, yeah, we have this right here. This should be easy. We just have to bop the bees, which kind of sucks. I don't want to bop the bees. But then we already have a design for that. We're going to be using this design. So we run the perfect filter. Save the bee. We did! We relocated them. We let them huff all the CO2. Oh, look at them. They're having a smoke out, boys. Look at them. They're laughing, dude. You can't tell, but they're just chuckling to themselves. Like, huh? It's that 70s show. Special CO2. I'm scared to approach bees. Do they bite as rumored? No, bees don't bite, they sting. And the moment they sting you, they die. So, I don't know, man. Either way, if you want to do it safely, the way to do it is to flood their area with CO2 like this. That will put them to sleep and you'll get to traverse, you know, peacefully. Another good strat is to build doors. They cannot go through doors because they are a critter. So you could always make safe spots where your dupes could go in this far and then build a door there. And then, you know, he gets stung once. It's not that bad. And then that area is now safe. And then you go in deeper each time. And then eventually you just put doors around the hive and they can't leave. So it's like, it kind of depends how you want to do it. But yeah, filling it with CO2 is the intended way because they would go to sleep and then you'd be able to do it. Outside of that, find a weird dig path and build doors everywhere. I've done a strat where it's like I'm going through this way. I would build a door here and then dig out a new tunnel and then try to build a new door there and then slowly just push out. But yeah, it sounds like you're trying to do sweeter than honey. I would typically try to go underneath the hive if it's on a solid like that. Build a door here, dig these two, build a door there. And then because I'm standing in a door, the critters can't sting me and just keep building doors. Right? Because if you're here and then you dig these two and there's already a door there, you're standing there to build and then you build that and then you're standing here to build. Door strats, man. Technically, that would be the safe way to do it. Though it still might kind of suck. Okay, this got in. I don't like how that's hot still. And then we have some water here now. As we're getting igneous coming out, we didn't decon anything. Yeah, so it should just sit there and just get cooled down. Though it is on mesh, maybe it doesn't do anything. Oh, it is going down slowly. It's working pretty well. Okay. Little scared, little scared. Wait, wait, wait. Why is this line? Oh, this pump. That's why. I'll wait for it. I'll wait for it. Okay, power. Right, the salinator. Autosave lag. All right, so we are at temperature, so this is safe. Okay, let's decon this. Steel here. Doors are locked from normal dupes. Y'all want to see a strat? We're gonna build a ladder out of igneous rock. And then that's gonna melt back into the pool. Oh no, bro. Alright, now the inside's clean. Okay. Buildings melted. Good stuff. Alright, so that's connected. That's connected. Steel. Priority 1. Do we get steam? The water barely changes temperature. Okay, it's going up. But we're not flashing steam. You see that steel? It's trying to go down, but we keep adding more. The brine is approaching 0. It's technically going down. We just have a lot of steel, though. Alright, man, we gotta stop. Let this cool. Because, my god. I might need to add another brine temperature plate here. Dude, it's 500. Nothing's flashing, though. I want to say this is fine. I want to say this is fine. The water went from -13 to now -2. Take the nickel. Dude, yeah. Okay, added some more. Re-chilled it a little bit. Back to -4. Alright, looks like it's gonna be what? ±15 degrees for 100. This will warm up, it looks like. I think we're fine though, boys. It's just that we have a lot of steel inside. Autosave lag. Alright, we're good. Let's go. This is working well. We're pumping when we need to. We're going to be able to move out the steel soon. We're going to be running this water line that we're getting from the inside over it. Vacuuming out this room still. A lot of the items did get moved out. Nothing's being harvested. Pips are giving us dirt. Have it take all the steel back to the bot factory. Maybe. Quick question. For food storage, is it better to keep vacuum or milligram of gas? It depends on the type of food storage you're doing. If you're doing the... Because there's a build for each one that you just described. If you're doing this version, I would recommend doing the gas, because the food does not chill cold enough if it's sitting on the tile. If that makes sense. Because you need to have deep freeze and sterile atmosphere. The cooler buildings, whether it's a regulator or the aqua tuner, does not chill the food itself fast enough to give it deep freeze. So that means you have to run the food through an icebox first. And then once you run it through the icebox, the food itself will be cold, and then you have it in a vacuum. In which case you have it sit on a metal tile in a vacuum. Now, if you don't want to do the icebox, you could do the one I'm doing right now with a thermal regulator. It's not even running too often, 30% of the time. And then you put the food on an insulated tile, and you want the metal tile on the side. That way the carbon dioxide is cold. That's what you want. Once the carbon dioxide is cold, you get what's known as deep freeze, because deep freeze is an environment, right? The food itself is at 23.4 Celsius, and it's not going to chill. But that doesn't matter. You already have deep freeze because the gas itself is cold. So that's the thing. Since the only thing you need is the CO2 to be cold, you don't want the food to be touching your metal tile, which is why you have it on the side. If the metal tile was on the ground, you have a problem, because the food will have contact with the metal tile, and then it's an issue. Another thing I don't really mention, don't run the rail through the metal tile. You want to avoid that if you can, because the rail will run the food through and then heat up the tile like pretty fast, because the food comes out at 90 Celsius. So because of that, the food being hot and how often you cook food is kind of dependent on your colony. That would be what you would want to do. Nice. Got you, Arwen. All right, people of chat. Any other questions? Because it is going to be time for me to make some dinner. I'm going to be making some meatballs tonight. Gotta have the good meatballs. I'm gonna be doing meatballs and potatoes. I have some pasta sauce. Maybe we do spaghetti with pasta sauce tomorrow. But yeah, people of chat. Any questions? Any questions? No, no. Okay. Steel's at 400 degrees. Looking pretty good. It's cooling down. The brine's barely at 2 degrees. 3 degrees. So we should be fine. Though we still have about 10 tons of steel here that we're going to have to cool down. That's going to be fun. Looks like the saltwater boiler is going to be good. We're going to have to break into another volcano. We'll probably do the gold and infectious polluted oxygen before we do this. How do biobots get up to the volcano? We have a door right here. So this biobot cannot leave through the front door. So we lock it. So this is biobot's the only way out through the bottom. You go into the saltwater room, that doesn't really matter. And it goes through the liquid lock. They go through here. This is a one-way. Meaning that the moment you're inside, you can't leave. Because these guys are 1,000 degrees. And if they go back out into my liquid lock, they're going to boil my lock and ruin my build. So we have to lock them in. Classic strat, right? And then they kind of hang out, man. Hot tub time machine for the biobots. Oh, he just died and became steel. Feels bad. Back to the bin we go. Feels bad, feels bad. Hopefully that helps, though. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. But yeah, they go inside. Locked in. And then their job is to deliver the ketchup. Yeah. You got to have the one-way door. Like that. You go left, but then you can't leave. Look at the ketchup, boys. The forbidden ketchup. 1640 Celsius. You know what? We're going to call that sriracha because it's hot. No ketchup. Hot sauce only. And then we run that for Power Man. Good times. Alright, alright. We're going to get the Bursal Blossoms up. We're going to need lights here. That's going to be the next thing we're going to want to set up. We're going to pick a ceiling light. We might just go through each one of our cosmetic skins. And have them across the 2 floors. Because I think we need 70 blossoms in order to use up all the water this generates. Has to be done. And then this is probably going to run pretty hard so that we could cool down the liquid. And then once that's done, we're going to store the water. This is pea water from this geyser. We're going to keep this beta biome, this one as well. This one as well, but we're going to have to do something with the hydrogen right there. And this is going to be a stress test, I think. If this works out and survives, we're probably just going to copy this design for this hydrogen right there. Flato survive in a steam box? No. Isn't Flido plastic? Am I wrong? Doesn't that mean they melt at 150? You could try, but the main issue is that you're not going to be able to recharge them. And then another thing is that if batteries get wet, they explode. And then that's even more heat. I don't know how that... No, it doesn't. It shouldn't count as being wet. But I'm not actually sure. I've never tried it, so maybe? Like, maybe the water thing with the batteries is any form of water. Because technically, water's a tag. And then steam does not have water tag. Maybe it's fine. There's no water tag here. I'm gonna send one in for science. Good luck, man. Can you name him Gordon? He's gonna become the chosen one, dude. Mr. Freeman, is that you? And we'll dig that one. Alright, people of chat. It is gonna be time, boys. Get that saving.